Good morning, members. I'm delighted to ask the Reverend Charles Mather, the Minister of Bar Hill Local Ecumenical Partnership, to lead us in our morning prayers. Thank you.
Good morning. Shall we pray? We come, we talk, we hear, but do we listen? We come, we reflect, we consider, but do we learn? We come, we exchange greetings, we share time, but do we meet? Lord, it is easy to give our opinion, but hard to receive those of others. It is easy to listen to those opinions that are in tune with our own, but harder to listen to those with very different views. It is easy to open our mouths, but sometimes harder to open our hearts. Come among us now as the important matters on this agenda are debated and decided upon, which will go some way to shape the future of our county of Cambridgeshire. Give each one here the open ears and open heart to be able to really listen to others. Give each member here the discernment to decide wisely upon the issues brought before them. May the chairman moderate wisely. Thank you for the dedicated service given by those who serve on our county council and those who support them in administration. Bless them in their work and bless all who live in this county, whom this council serves. Amen.
Amen. Right, members, shall we begin? I have apologies from Councillors Butcher, Chapman, Kenny, Reynolds, Van der Ven and Dent. Do I have any other apologies? Councillor Netzinger? Yes, I'm coming to him. I have apologies from Councillor Manning, who is going to be late. The first item on the agenda is the minutes. Members, are you happy for me to sign as correct the minutes of the meeting of the Council held on December the 15th, 2015? Good. Thank you. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is Chairman's announcements, and I have a few announcements to make today. Firstly, I would like to welcome members of the public to this meeting of the Council. You are very welcome. I hope you find this meeting of interest. The Council supports the principle of transparency and encourages filming, recording and taking photographs at its meetings that are open to the public. Members are advised that this meeting may therefore be filmed, recorded or photographed. This meeting is being live streamed to the web and the County Council's YouTube channel. I would like to highlight this to members of the public, that they may be filmed as part of this meeting and that this will appear on the web. Can I please ask all members and members of the public to turn their mobile phones to silent or vibrate whilst the meeting is taking place? Thank you very much. It is with great regret that I must report to you the deaths of two county councillors, Councillor Philip Reid and Councillor Steve van der Kerkhoff. Philip served on the County Council since 1975, representing the Sutton division on behalf of the Conservative Party. He was appointed an honorary alderman by the Council in May 2005. I, together with many colleagues present today, attended Philip's funeral service, which took place at St Andrew's Church in Sutton on the 5th of January 2016. I'd now like to invite the leaders of the Conservative, Liberal Democrat, UKIP, Labour and Independent groups or their nominees to say a few words about Philip. Councillor Maguire.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman and members, I first met Phil Reid 30 years ago when I was elected to this council in 1985. By then, as the Chairman's already said, Phil had already been a member for 10 years. Phil, and I'm sure those of you who knew him well would agree with me, was a thoroughly nice guy. He spent a lot of his time here on the council as chairman of the planning committee, development control as it was then called, and I think many of us learned lessons from Phil. He was certainly an apolitical creature when it came to planning, and he reminded us constantly of the importance of being apolitical when it came to talking matters of planning. For those of you who didn't know him as well as a lot of us did do, one of Phil's real amazing facts about him was that he was an amazing raconteur. And I can well remember a number of us on this side of the house certainly going across to the European Parliament in Strasbourg for a trip. And we went by coach. I don't know whether you find it. I find coach trips fine, usually going somewhere, but coming back terribly boring. That trip, I can remember very little about it, because for the whole of that time, and my wife will tell you this, I mean, those of you know my wife, will tell you this, that for most of that trip, Phil just kept talking and telling us one tale after the other. It wasn't about his donkeys, it was about something else. He just shortened that trip tremendously. And I think those of you who knew him well would recognise in Phil what he was like. He was just an amazing character, and those who were fortunate enough to be at his funeral will have heard a lot about what he did locally, so I don't need to repeat it here. We will sadly miss him. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Councillor Maguire. Councillor Netzinger.
I was enormously saddened to hear of Phil's death. Phil was a larger-than-life character for whom I developed great affection during the 6 years we were on this council together. Phil always spoke his mind, and my strongest memory of him will be at members' seminars when he would sit at the back, chuntering and making comments, often very funny ones. Phil was determinedly unpolitically correct, and there were some occasions when he made comments to me which from someone else would have been unforgivably sexist. I never had any difficulty in forgiving Phil. With his twinkly eyes and Father Christmas beard, he was always funny and charming, and he will be much missed on this council.
Thank you. Councillor Bullen.
Thank you, Chairman. Unlike my colleagues on the left, I didn't know Phil that well, but for the short time I did know him and sat with him on a number of occasions on planning. I was very much taken back by the professionalism and competence he was as chairman of that committee. I would agree with my colleague on the right that some of the quips he came out with, especially in this council chamber, did make us giggles at times. And it was an absolute pleasure to see him just before Christmas back in this chamber. It is very sad that he won't be here again in the future. And from all of us in the UKIP group, we just wish his family, friends and colleagues deepest condolences. Thank you.
Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Reid was a fine councillor in the most honourable tradition of public service and in the most honourable tradition of his own party. He was also a councillor who took young councillors and the newly elected under his wing. So much so, I'm not sure Councillor Cowan or the Conservative whips will appreciate this anecdote. But after my first meeting at Resources and Performance Scrutiny Committee, Councillor Reid came up to me and said, Ashley, boy, I was boy because he's from the Fens. He said, "You've got this all wrong, boy. You hold the whip hand here. How about this? Take Councillor Count's job as executive member in a Tory-Labour coalition to keep the cabinet system. That's what you need to be doing." I said, Councillor Reid, I respect your tradition of conservatism, but I just want to keep it at just friends if it's all the same. But it's in that tradition of independence, that impish sense of humour and that great wit that he'll be a bitter loss for this council, a great loss for his family and a great loss for his party's tradition. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Hipkin.
Chairman, we will remember Councillor Reid for his vivid personality, his down-to-earth honesty.
Can you put your microphone on, please, Councillor Hipkin? Sorry. Thank you.
Yes, I'll start again. We shall remember Councillor Reid for his vivid personality, his down-to-earth honesty, his ability to cut through an issue to the very nub, his smile and laughter. The council is poorer for his loss.
Thank you. Any other members? Thank you. Steve van der Kerkhoff served on the County Council since 2013, representing the St Neots, Eton, Soken and Amesbury division as an independent. I, together with many colleagues present today, attended Steve's funeral service, which took place at Bedford Crematorium on the 10th of February 2016. I would now like to invite the leaders of the groups or their nominees to say a few words about Steve. Councillor Giles.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to say a few words about Steve, but that's impossible. It's going to be quite a lot of words. Chairman, where do I begin as a suitable tribute to Stephen Mark van der Kerkhoff, a dear friend, colleague and mate? In terms of commitment of working with and for the local community, Steve has been one of the best. In terms of how long I've known the dear boy, we first met in 1988 when we campaigned with Doom, Defend Our Ouse Meadows, organised to prevent building on some green and pleasant land in the Etons. In terms of picking up a shovel and getting his hands dirty, Steve was an ardent conservationist and put in many hours of work in another local project called Sudbury Meadows near his parents' home. In terms of getting involved in what was going on in our local area and community, Steve had his ear to the ground all the time, and he was one of the best. Hearing about problems that needed sorting out, having a hand in founding EVA, the local Amesbury Village Association, raising awareness of the needs of our local community, working tirelessly in the best interest of St Neots, as he frequently said, the biggest and best town in the whole of Cambridgeshire, as anything bigger than us would be a city. Steve always had his ear to the ground and his nose to the grindstone. He was always a bit of a contortionist. In terms of election results, Steve was justifiably proud of his various and well-deserved successes. During his time as a local councillor, first as a Lib Dem, then as an independent member, he put his heart and soul into working at all three levels of local politics: St Neots Town Council, Huntingdon District Council and Cambridgeshire County Council. And I think it's worthy to note here that he preferred the County Council, because there wasn't the backbiting and such like that went on at different other levels. However, in terms of time served, his tenure as a St Neots Town Councillor, one would think would put him in the contender of being our first citizen, Mayor of St Neots. Not so. When asked, Steve's reaction typically was, no thanks, I don't need a chain round my neck to do the work I enjoy, helping people and getting things done. Besides, you know me, I say it like it is, and a mayor shouldn't really be upsetting people. During his years of service, he earned the respect and colleagues right across the various council chambers from all political parties, as evidenced by the huge number of people who last week attended his funeral service. We were sad to be saying our farewells to such a young and vibrant friend and colleague. And as he would have wished, there were a few laughs as well. And at this stage, I think I better mention the Farley Moe, who knows that attended his funeral will know, and I think our vicar's on a commission basis for that part, but never mind. He still owes me a last pint he promised me when he got better, sadly the only battle he ever lost. In terms of red tape, he hated it. He also disliked the more unpleasant aspect of political intrigue and at no time for personal attacks on any individual. I remember that at one particular count, when the results meant success for some and disappointments for another mention of unkind comments from anyone were greeted by Steve was, now, play nicely. On learning just before Christmas that chemotherapy that he'd been receiving had not been a success, he did not hesitate in agreeing to go through another course of chemo, even though he knew that the odds of success were not as good as he would have wished. As he said, I've got to give it a go, and as usually he gave it his best shot. How many of us in those circumstances would have been making telephone calls from the critical care unit to help sort out some nurses' housing problems? Steve all over, dedicated to the community and so proud. Steve was also somewhat of a wordsmith, and he would pick up idiosyncrasies, especially at officer levels. One of the phrases he always picked up on was "in terms of." Now, I've only been able to use it 7 times today. The record apparently, according to Steve, was used 34 times by an officer during one meeting. Is that correct?
No, Derek, it was 38 times.
Thank you. What an act. Right. There was a serious and hard-working side to Steve, but with his impish humour, he found something to laugh at and have fun with all sorts of situations. I'll finally finish by saying whenever I travel along the A428, I always look out for Steve's monkey bum tree. Oh, I can see that there are some puzzled by this word. I will explain. On our first trip home from having joined the County Council, as new members, we were driving down the slip road onto the A428 at Madingley Mulch. Steve asked me, "Have you ever seen the monkey bum tree?" "No," says I. "What's a monkey bum tree?" As we were driving along the road, just travelling past Hardwick, at the end of the long wooden fence, he said, "There it is." And what it is an old oak tree with a major branch had been cut off, and the bark had wrapped itself round to protect the branch. Have a look next time, it certainly does. Striking resemblance to a monkey bum. But there you go, that's Steve. We will all miss his sense of humour, his sparkling wit, and thoroughly enjoyment of life, his unswerving loyalty and dedication to getting things done. Thank you, Steve, mate. And with you up there, heaven has got to be a bit more interesting.
Thank you, Councillor Giles. Councillor Count. Councillor Loynes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Stephen was a happy-go-lucky man, dedicated to his division and ward. Not strongly political, just mainly wanting to help people. Even whilst in hospital, which I'm repeating what Derek has said, he didn't stop. He got on and helped one of the nurses get housed. A measure of his popularity and friendship, both in his private life and as councillor, was reflected at his funeral, where over 250 people attended. He will be sadly missed.
Thank you, Councillor Loynes. Councillor Netzinger.
It was with enormous shock and sadness that I heard of Steve's death. I had so hoped that he would be with us here today. Steve was an amazing character. I know that from working with him on the Children's Committee and from his ever-astute comments in this chamber. But just how amazing he was brought home by attending his funeral last week. I have never attended a funeral like it. I knew it would be different when we passed a bright blue coffin covered with painted flowers and butterflies on the way to the service. Ed and I arrived to find the entire car park packed and a huge crowd of people outside. And what a crowd. What an amazing mixture of people from all areas of life had come to pay their respects to Stephen van der Kerkhoff in a chapel with standing room only. It was a joyous service for someone who brought joy and fun wherever he went, along with great intelligence and integrity. And it is a great shame that he will not be able to serve this council with that intelligence and integrity in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Bullen.
Thank you, Chairman. What can I say about Steve that hasn't already been said? A pure, likeable individual who I've never heard say a bad word for anybody. I had the pleasure last spring of being Steve's guest at his village fete, which he had been very much involved in organising. And I must say, the respect, admiration that I have for Steve increased 20-fold there. He knew every single one of his constituents that we met on that day, and every single one of them had a good word for him, and he didn't have a bad word for anybody. I'll miss Steve, more so because of his young age, but I'll also remember some of the quips he came out with in this chamber, and I really wish I'd written some of them down because some of them were absolute gems. But he will be missed, and our condolences once again to his friends and family.
Thank you. Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a tragedy that Steve could not have served this councillor any longer than he did. He was a role model, particularly for the kind of councillors who shared his personal characteristics. And I was often on the receiving end of his sharp wit when I was myself perhaps a little bit too partisan. He had a fierce commitment to the people of St Neots, a fierce commitment to the well-being and the opportunities of the children of the county. And Councillors Onasanya and Whitehead report not just his light touch approach when debates got too intense, but also his remarkable ability to proffer biscuits and sweets from different parts of his suit, just to calm people down again. It's a great shame I will never be able to take up the offer for his partner and my partner to go for a drink at the Barley Mow with him. It would be a great shame I'll never be able to do that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. If I may add, Steve texted me not long before he died, and in the course of his text he mentioned that he had been watching our deliberations on YouTube. And he ended by saying, "You do make me laugh," but not clear whether that was me as chairman or all of us. So the council's thoughts are with both Philip and Steve's families, friends and colleagues at this very sad time. It is also with regret that I must report the death of former County Councillor Tony Manning. Tony served on the County Council from 1973 to 1981, representing the Chesterton division. The council's thoughts are with his family, friends and colleagues at this time. Again, with enormous sadness, I report the deaths of Susie Edwards, who worked in the Adult Learning and Skills team for over 10 years, Marcus Ginn from the LGSS Learning and Development Organisational and Workforce Development team, and Michelle Dowdswell, Business Support Assistant, who worked with the Ramsey, Sawtry, Yaxley locality team for over 7 years. The council's thoughts are with their family, friends and colleagues at this time. May I ask council to stand in memory of Philip, Steve, Tony, Susie, Marcus and Michelle. Thank you. I am delighted to report that Julie Whitfield and Andy Burnley have been recognised for the outstanding contributions they have made to people recovering from drug and alcohol issues. Julie, a recovery worker at Wisbeach, won the award for being an unsung hero, while Andy, prison in-reach engagement worker, won the award for being support worker of the year. Inclusion are commissioned by Cambridgeshire County Council to provide treatment services for people with drug and alcohol issues in Cambridgeshire. The Council will wish to note that over the Christmas period, the Council ran messages online and in the local press aimed at raising awareness of loneliness in Cambridgeshire, coinciding with the Age UK John Lewis media campaign. Each of the Facebook postings reached around 1,300 people and was shared by partner organisations from the statutory and voluntary sector. I am delighted to report that 4 in-house provisions have been inspected under the new Care Quality Commission standards, all 4 receiving a rating of good following inspection. The 2 respite units received positive recognition of the staff team and support offered. Members will wish to note that funded 2 support officers and Cambridgeshire Children's Centres are supporting families to access their 15 hours of free early education for 2-year-olds. This year, the Council has supported 83.5 eligible 2-year-olds, that's 1,492 children, to access their entitlement. As many of you will be aware, the Council has been marking LGBT History Month 2016 by flying the rainbow flag here at Shire Hall since the 1st of February. To further show our support for LGBT History Month, and by extension our commitment to the Cambridgeshire Equalities Pledge, we will be holding a formal flag-raising ceremony for members, staff and the public. This will take place on Tuesday the 23rd of February on the lawn outside Shire Hall at 1:30 p.m. All those attending the ceremony will have the opportunity to be part of a human rainbow formed by people wearing t-shirts in the 6 colours of the rainbow flag. If you are available to come and get involved in the afternoon's events, your attendance would be greatly appreciated. That concludes the announcements for today. Right. We'll get there, members. The next item is declarations of interests. Under this item, members are asked to declare interests under the Code of Conduct in any item on the agenda for today's meeting if they have not registered or if they are not registered on the Register of Interest. Members will wish to note that the monitoring officer has exercised his discretion to grant a dispensation to all elected members of Cambridgeshire County Council taking part in the debate on the Council's business plan. May I have any further declarations now, please? None. The next item is item 4, public question time, which allows members of the public to ask questions at the council meeting provided they have given advance notice. The council has received notice of 3 questions, the contents of which have been circulated to all members, and we are doing a slight change to the running order here. So I'm now going to ask Mr. Anthony Carpen to come forward and ask his question. Welcome back, Mr. Carpen.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I shall read the question as follows, which I also published on my blog a couple of weeks ago. The Seven Place development received planning approval on the 3rd of February from Cambridge City Council councillors on the casting vote of the Planning Committee Chair. The previous evening, at a meeting of the Cambridge Cycling Campaign, campaign officers stated that County Council officials, as statutory consultees, had not raised objections regarding transport access, even though in the opinion of the campaign in their submission to the planning process, there were clear concerns. Quotations reported from the planning hearing, reported on social media, indicated that city councillors had concerns about transport access, but because the County Council, as the Transport Authority, had not raised these, they, as city councillors, felt that they had their hands tied, refusing the application on transport grounds where the County Council had not raised objections would make such a refusal straightforward to overturn by our planning inspector. 2 former city councillors, Mr. Tim Ward and Mr. Colin Rosensteel, posted on social media that this was not the first time that the County Council, as statutory consultees, had failed to raise objections on transport access on planning applications heard by Cambridge City Council. I would therefore like to hear whether, 1, it is the opinion of County Council transport officers that they had no issues with the transport access to that site, 2, whether there are any possible procedural changes that allow for the assessment to be challenged before it is submitted or finalised as statutory consultees, which was an issue raised by campaigners at the Cambridge Cycling Campaign meeting. And then finally, whether transport officers feel they have sufficient capacity to carry out their functions as required of them as statutory consultees, and if not, whether the County Council can increase their resources or perhaps move to a system where officers can perhaps crowdsource the much needed scrutiny function until such a time that local government resources can be increased to enable them to carry out their statutory duties. And in the blog post I put links to the planning application referred to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carpen. You managed to fit your 3 questions into the 2 minutes. Councillor Hickford.
Mr. Chairman, due to my popularity in my role as HSC, I've got all 3 questions today, and I've said to the members, the residents, that I would actually give more comprehensive written responses than what I'm going to give today.
Thank you.
Mr. Carpen, in response to your specific questions, number 1, the opinion of the County Council transport officers, they had no issues. Yes, they did have issues, but as in all pre-planning, they are in consultation with people putting in the plans, and their concerns were actually made good, and so they didn't have to actually put in any refusal or recommendation for refusal because of that. Procedural changes, there's already consultation, both public, elected representatives, you can go through committees, so there's lots of ways that you can actually have input into things. Is there anything else? I can't think of anything, but I'll put it in a response if I do think of something. And whether transport officers feel they have sufficient capacity to carry out their functions required of them as statutory consultees, the simple answer is yes. They take this very, very seriously. Yes, there is less money than before, but they will make sure that they are always able to fulfil their function in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carpen, you have 2 further minutes. No, you don't. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. The reasons for those three questions were, again, on the back of social media discussion, and what I felt was a little bit of a news vacuum, if I can put it that way. And I think in particular where a number of accusations perhaps were being thrown about where we didn't have perhaps the full information that would have been useful to have informed that debate. I think also there are a number of issues that were raised in terms of the sequencing of some of the applications, in particular with some of the controversy, in part related to the Greater Cambridge City deal. One of the things that strikes me with a lot of the negative comments is that it can give the impression that that's all you get from the work that you do. And I think one of the things that I try to do, certainly coming to these meetings, is to try and put aside the other side of the huge amount of work that goes into it.
And your question is? Fine, thank you. Councillor Hickford.
My response to the non-question is I fully understand. I think there's an important role here, and it's a role that we actually have in the county council, and it's called a county councillor. And therefore, I think the local county councillor, whoever that might be for yourself or in this particular issue, is the conduit to make sure that information is flowing both ways. So I understand what you're saying, but I think there might be some issues there as well. So anyway, I'll put it in a response. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hickford. Mr. Carpen, thank you very much for your question. Look forward to the next one. Now, can I ask Dr. Sean Lang to come forward and ask his question, please?
Thank you. The Friends of Cambridge Central Library, which is a new group, welcomes the chance to respond to the consultations on the future of the Central Library and of the Cambridgeshire collection, and is preparing a full response to the latter. In fact, we have prepared it, and I have some copies here, in order to inform the Council in its decision-making. However, we would like to know, A, why the public consultation response form on the Cambridgeshire collection deals only with proposed cuts in opening hours and makes no mention of the proposed major cuts to the collection's staffing. B, why, proportionate to its size, the proposed cuts to the collection are considerably heavier than those proposed for the library, and so much heavier than those proposed for the council as a whole. And C, whether in order to allow the Friends of Cambridge Central Library and other interested parties, and there are plenty of them, to prepare fully worked out and constructive proposals for the future development of the Cambridgeshire collection, the Council would be prepared to extend the deadline for any final decision about the collection's long-term future, so that such proposals can be taken into account.
Thank you, Dr. Lang. Councillor Hickford, roads, now libraries.
I'll keep standing, I think it's much easier. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Dr. Lang. As I say, a more comprehensive response will come to you later, but taking it in order at the moment, why does it not include staffing? We're looking at opening hours and the effects of that. That's what the consultation is about. As far as we're concerned, we're looking to still keep one part-time professional. We're looking to have 2 part-time assistants, and those 3 supported by other staff within the library. So the consultation isn't specifically about staffing levels, it's more about the effect of opening hours, etc., going forward. Proportionality of the cut. Actually, it is proportional because of everything that's gone on before in the council. This is no more disproportional than anything else. We have had to make service cuts and save money in all areas, and if you like, it's the turn of this particular one to be looked at. Just because it's a little bit bigger maybe now, it means it hasn't had anything before, but it's always been in the pipeline, I guess. So proportionality, I think you'll find that it's the same as all the others. And whether to allow the Friends of Cambridge Central Library time, we're hoping that the changes are hoping to secure the future going forward. And therefore, anything that can be added to that process by the Friends of Cambridge Central Library is more than welcome. But we are where we are as far as, what you're asking for, let's have a look, to extend the deadline. there is a deadline. It's in the business plan at the moment, but that doesn't mean things can't change after the deadline. Obviously, we will work with whoever, including yourselves, to actually make things as good as possible after.
Thank you. Dr. Lang, you have a minute if you have a supplementary.
It's about proportionality. In terms of percentages, the proposed cuts for the library as a whole, and admittedly that it's not entirely black and white, but amount to about 10%. The cuts the Cambridgeshire Collection has had over the past 1.5 years, since 2014, if the proposed cuts go through, amount in staffing to 60%. The numbers of staff involved in the Cambridgeshire Collection are much smaller than the library as a whole. So essentially, and you'll find it all laid out in our response, the Cambridgeshire Collection cannot operate on the basis of the proposed cuts, and that's why we raise the question.
Councillor Hickford.
No, I understand. So I'll give you a written response, but the way I'm looking at it is that the Cambridgeshire Collection is part of the library service overall, and also it will be supplemented going forward with some of the general staff from the library. So there's give and take on both sides, but I'll get a proper response to you.
Thank you. Dr. Lang, thank you very much for your questions. We now move to Mr. Stephen Swift. Mr. Swift, if you'd like to come forward and ask your question, please.
Thank you. The County Library Service is set to be heavily impacted by the plan before Council. We'd probably all agree on the benefits of libraries. The issue at hand is how to balance the books. Given the major cuts already applied to this service, the proposed scale of cuts seems disproportionate. So are these cuts being intelligently targeted? Council spending is often just that, spending. But the library service is one area where the Council is investing, be that in people, competitiveness in local businesses, or even helping launch new businesses. So while councils are often viewed primarily as support services, they should also empower the electorate and the commercial sector to thrive. But hack away at this facilitating infrastructure, and the commercial health of the wider county will surely suffer. Currently, much of the benefit is intangible or unrecorded on traditional accounts, but the council does reap these hidden dividends and should be looking to make them grow. And this kind of links to the essence of my point, which is actually one of opportunity for the council itself. The council aspires to become a more commercial beast. It has its transformational agenda. And the library and Cambridgeshire Collection offers enormous potential in this regard. The council's own library income strategy group, formed late last year, identified scores of opportunities to offset the proposed cuts with new income streams, a chance to channel these dividends more directly to its own accounts. Even as we sit here, some of these ideas are in the early stages of implementation, some sadly held up in other council departments, and more queuing up behind. So we're faced with a situation where, at the very moment that green shoots of a more commercial approach are starting to show what could be achieved, the business plan threatens to stifle the opportunity by swinging cuts, staff losses hampering future efforts to raise revenue. Time is needed, and my question is actually a very positive one, I think. First, can we redirect or reconsider the scale of cutbacks to allow for this opportunity, or failing that, to allow us to see whether these germinating schemes can be a model for transforming the council's fortunes? Can we, at the very least, have a meaningful stay of execution for these library cuts?
Councillor Hickford.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the questioner again. Obviously, it's related to the previous question. I'll make sure that answers are made public so you can both have them. You're specifically asking if there can be a reconsideration of what you consider to be ill-directed cuts. If I had my way, we wouldn't have any cuts at all. But please bear in mind that these have been considered much, much more than once, many, many times by members with consultations, etc. But we are where we are. Please note that the library service is an integral part of our transformation agenda. My committee, the HNCI committee, have already said we're not going to cut mobile libraries because we want to see where they fit in to the overall picture. And, you know, the library service is Cambridgeshire. It's not just Cambridge. And so we really have to bear that in mind when we as members are trying to decide something for Cambridgeshire. And Cambridge obviously is a big part of that, but not all of it. And we're also looking to see what we can do with libraries to introduce other services, make them front doors and hubs for other things at the moment. That's all part of the transformation. So going forward, I'm hoping that we can make more of them rather than just, as you say, cutting them.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Swift, do you have a subsequent?
I'll just clarify. I was speaking in terms of Cambridgeshire. It doesn't really address, I mean, I'm not sure whether you're saying that there can be an extension. It's a question of giving a bit of breathing space. If there is an opportunity here, but we actually cut off the opportunity to find out whether it will work because we're feeling we have this deadline. If there's flexibility in moving that or shuffling the timing of cuts or something like that, that is really what, I mean, I think the cuts are ill-directed, as I've said, and I have suspicions about quite why they were apportioned in the way they were. But I'm still not sure from your response whether you're saying there can be a change in the implementation date of these cuts.
Chairman, I think what I'm saying is we are where we are. I don't expect the cuts to change anything that we want to introduce going forward. So, you know, that's why we need to work with everyone to find out where we go from here. So, you know, can there be an extension to the deadline, etc.? Well, no, but I don't think that should impede on what we need to do in the future as far as the transformation is concerned.
Thank you. Mr. Swift, thank you very much for your questions. If I could ask you perhaps to switch off the microphones, that would be very helpful. Thank you again. Members, we move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item number 5. This is on petitions and allows members of the public to present petitions in accordance with the agreed protocol. Much to my amazement, no petitions were received, so we move on to the next item, which is the business plan. The next item relates to the Council's Business Plan 2016-17, which was discussed by General Purposes Committee on the 2nd of February 2016. The debate on the business plan will be conducted in accordance with the detailed procedure note on white paper which was originally circulated to members on the 3rd of February 2016, with a revised version circulated on the 12th of February 2016. So firstly, I propose to suspend any standing orders in connection with the business plan debate in order to accommodate the agreed procedure. I am proposing that from the Chair. The Vice Chairman will second. Thank you for that. Happy? Thank you. I am aware that agenda item number 6, the Council's Business Plan and Budget Proposals 2016-21 report, was not available for public inspection 5 clear days in advance of the meeting. This report advises the Council of amendments and changes made by the General Purposes Committee prior to submission to Council, as provided in writing and orally at its meeting on the 2nd of February 2016. It also advises Council of any amendments and changes made subsequent to the General Purposes Committee meeting on the 2nd of February 2016 before issue to Council on the 9th of February 2016. I am proposing to exercise my discretion under Section 100B(4) of the Local Government Act 1972 to allow discussion of this report. I am doing so because I believe it is important that the Council receives all relevant information to help it make a decision on the business plan. I would like to advise you that you will need to refer to the following papers during the debate. Firstly, the recommendations which were not supported by the General Purposes Committee meeting of the 2nd of February 2016, as set out in section 3.1 of agenda item number 6, which includes the amendments and adjustments summarised in Appendix A to the report. Secondly, you will need the business plan document circulated before the General Purposes Committee meeting. Everybody's looking a little bit fraught as they realise they've left it on the kitchen table. In order to facilitate a debate on this matter, I will, as Chairman of the Council, move the recommendations as set out in the report and will ask the Vice Chairwoman to second. Colleagues, as General Purposes Committee was unable to reach agreement on the 2016-17 budget and associated business plan proposals, it falls to me, as Chairman of the Council, to propose the Council's business plan and budget proposals for 2016-21 for Council's consideration. I do so in order to enable the debate to take place. This should not be seen as my endorsement of any of the proposals contained therein. The fact that I need to propose the business plan is a clear indication of the differences of opinion within this chamber. In addition to the report that was circulated with the agenda, we have 2 amendments to the budget proposals that we will consider as part of this debate in due course. The business plan proposals that have been circulated have been fully developed through your service committees. Some of the initial proposals that were presented to the service committees were deemed to be unpalatable to them, and requests were made of General Purposes Committee to reverse them. The report that you are considering today has provided for those requests. The business plan and budget proposals that you are considering today are predicated on a council tax increase of 1.99% for each financial year. I point out to members that the report and business plan has assumed that the 2% adult social care precept that was introduced by the government as part of the 2015 Comprehensive Spending Review will not be accepted for any of the 4 years that the government has said it is available. Before I open this matter for debate, can I take this opportunity to remind all members that we have a statutory duty to agree a balanced budget for 2016-17. There will be many differences of opinion in the chamber today. We will act responsibly and allow those differences of opinion to be heard in an appropriate manner. I have no doubt that this will be a challenging discussion, and if we are unable to reach a conclusion in a reasonable time, I will move from the chair that the groups retire to their respective group rooms, at which point the Council's Chief Executive and Chief Finance Officer will work between the groups in order to develop a compromise solution that will enable the Council to set a budget for 2016-17 as we are required to do. We will then return to the chamber in order to set a balanced budget. I therefore propose, as Chairman of Council, to move the Council's business plan and budget proposals 2016-21 as contained within Agenda Item 6 and to ask the Vice Chairman to second.
I will second.
Thank you, Vice Chairwoman. Everybody up to date so far? I'm now inviting the leaders of the Conservative, Liberal Democrat, UKIP, Labour and independent groups or their nominees to make their opening statements on the business plan. The 5-minute time limit will be applied to all speeches. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chairman. So where are we today? We're here, we've got a budget proposal in front of us, and like the last few years, this has come to us through a committee system that we've all worked in together to deliver a budget plan we can live with. When I say a budget plan that we can live with, along the way, with that 1.99% predication, there have been some proposals that we said between us, we've asked you, we've said, you know what, the public have said this isn't good enough, the people have said this isn't good enough, we need to think differently, and we've asked you to support us on many of these, and some of them you've asked us to support you on. And between us under the committee system, the very ways that we couldn't find a palatable change, we said no, put them back to the GPC committee, put them back to the council. And they have gone through. And when we've looked at them and looked at the money and looked at doing things differently, every one of those that you have said shouldn't go forward have now come here today and at 1.99% will be funded. Every one of them. Some examples: school crossing patrols. It may be possible that somehow the community takes them over in the future, but we believe that the way that this came forward at this point in time, it wasn't ready to make that step. So all of us supported that change. The street lights, moving the turning off hour to 2 a.m. The community transport grant of £600,000+, that decision was reversed from us working with you, still at 1.99%. And just Friday of last week, I spoke to the chair of the Economy and Environment Committee, and I spoke to the executive director about the 50% concessionary fares, where we felt that the consultation hadn't been good enough a process, and we've reversed that to look at that again, put it through a proper consultation process, put it back through the committee system. The Economy and Environment Committee system will then be in charge of looking at it afterwards to see whether that should go ahead or not. And all of that has been done at 1.99%. There is no committee decision in front of us today that a committee has rejected as being unpalatable and unaffordable that is in these budget proposals that are saying, no, you can't have that. So I find myself a little bit of a difficulty. We have a budget that you have agreed with various different aspects of, up until the point that it gets to GPC, based on 1.99%, it's actually delivered the things that the committees have signed up to. But as we get closer to the budget, the GPC and now, and as the newspaper headlines start flying about, positions became isolated, and it wasn't working as a team anymore. It was purely take our point of view or everything else fails, take the other point of view or everything else fails. One of the other things that I was asked to do along this route when we outlined our position, which is in line with the committee position, 1.99%, was to justify ourselves. Why weren't you going for the adult social care precept? And unlike a lot of people in this chamber that say that the adult social care precept is some kind of gift of government, that they're going to give us £4.8 million, that's not true. The government has given us permission to tax our residents another £4.8 million. And so when asked to justify why we weren't going for that, the clear message I gave back was, I think it was about time that we explained to the government that we cannot keep on taxing the people of Cambridgeshire when our funding settlement is so unfair. And a lot of you agreed with that. A lot of you believed that. And fortuitously, on this occasion, the government responded quite rapidly, and they allocated us an additional £3.2 million worth of transitional funding for the next 2 years, because they recognised that it was going too far the wrong way. The Audit Committee had a report recently that says Cambridgeshire is in the 10% poorest funded of the country. That went through our audit. It's a recognised report. So there are two options here. Either the government puts right our funding, or we tax local people. Now, when the government announced the extra £3.2 million for the other 2 years, they also introduced another very important step change. They said that there will be a full review of the needs formula. And everyone in this room, whichever party you are from, already have told me for many years that the needs formula for this county is wrong. We know it's wrong, we've told our MPs it's wrong, and they are listening, it's wrong. Our future shouldn't be based on how much we can tax local people. Our future should be based on how efficient we can run this organisation at the lowest amount we tax our local people, based on the thought that we will get a fair funding settlement.
Thank you, Councillor Count. You are at time.
Already?
I know.
I'm still on
It's
page
magic,
1.
isn't it? It's the way things go on.
Thank you very much for your indulgence, Chairman.
Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. It has been clear since May last year that the challenge facing us with this year's budget would be enormous. The consultation on this year's budget spelt out in no uncertain terms the scale of that challenge. £41 million worth of revenue savings were needed, coming on top of years of austerity. I want to thank the many council officers who have worked incredibly hard to produce these budget proposals. During the autumn, councillors of all parties discussed these proposals, and no member of this council can be unaware of the scale of the challenge we face, nor of the consequences for people across Cambridgeshire. While there are going to be fundamental disagreements today, there is agreement on over 90% of this budget, and the committee system has served us well in bringing us to that point in very difficult circumstances. I now come to the area of disagreement and the reason that the Liberal Democrat group will not be supporting this budget unamended. Throughout the preparation of this budget, there were two assumptions. First, that there would be a referendum cap at 1.99%, and also that the government would fund the additional spending burden of the national living wage. In December, both of these previous assumptions were blown out of the water. The government announced that they would not fund the national living wage, but that they would give councils with care responsibilities the opportunity to add an additional 2% care precept. It was with horror and astonishment that I learnt that the Conservative group on this council have chosen to refuse this opportunity. The leaders of the NHS in Cambridgeshire clearly found it extraordinary too. It is almost unheard of for the leaders of 7 NHS trusts to write to the leader of a council so publicly on such a political issue. The reason for such an unprecedented move is the crisis facing health and care services in Cambridgeshire. Our NHS leaders point to the impact council cuts have not only on those receiving council services, but also the impact on NHS services. Over recent years, it has become increasingly clear that pressures in social care have a knock-on effect on our hospitals. The chairs of Addenbrooke's, the CCG, the Mental Health Trust and Hinchinbrook Hospital are united in their concern that cuts to council services will, and I quote, result in unnecessarily extended time in hospital, having a negative impact on health and the ability to regain independence. These leaders' grave concern at the £841,000 reduction in mental health spending at a time when there is huge effort required to improve mental health services. Centre 33 have written to the Council, expressing their grave concern at the impact these cuts will have on young carers, surely one of the groups in society most deserving of our support. The budget before us also includes cuts to elderly people, and the Council's own community impact assessment clearly states that as a result, older people and their carers will be expected to seek more support from their families. They may experience delay in accessing care. And worst of all, older people in their own homes could experience a much higher level of risk that could have serious or life-threatening consequences. The scale of the budget challenge we are facing means we will have to reduce spending and do things differently. But the additional £4.9 million we could have available from the social care precept could reduce the scale of risk both for individuals and for this council. It is also crucial to remember the cumulative effect of that £4.9 million. Over time, the effect is far greater. It rises to £22.5 million by 2019. This is why every other upper-tier council in the Eastern region is taking the social care precept. The impact on council services, and more importantly on vulnerable people, of that 2% increase could be huge. By contrast, the cost to taxpayers is tiny. That 2% equates to less than £2 a month, less than a cup of coffee. And that is per Band D household. Those on low incomes or living alone will pay less. Taking the additional social care precept is the right choice for this council's politicians. It is the right choice for people in Cambridgeshire, and I will be arguing for that change in our budget debate today.
Thank you, Councillor Netzinger. Councillor Bullen.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to start off by saying that this committee system within this council has worked, and I commend all members and officers for putting together the business plan that's before us today. The only bone of contention is how we're going to pay for that business plan. And we in UKIP believe that we cannot, year after year after year, continue to place an additional tax burden on the taxpayers of Cambridgeshire. And because council tax is a regressive and unfair tax, it will always be those on the lower end of the pay scale that suffer the most. And this party to my left have continued year after year to increase council tax for the people of Cambridgeshire by the maximum allowed, which actually means that since 1999, council tax for a Band C property has actually doubled in 15 years. And yet we want to increase it yet again. The people to my right believe that they represent the low-paid, the workers, and yet they want to tax us even more. 4% this year and next year and for the foreseeable future. All that does is increase more and more of a burden on those at the bottom of the pay scales. Now, I had a phone call last year from one of my constituents, and I went to visit them. It's a young family with children at school who actually live in a Band D house because they had 4 children. They showed me their bank statements. They didn't have satellite TV. The children were very pleasant, well-dressed and nourished. And the father of that household explained to me that both he and his wife worked for the minimum wage, but they could make ends meet. But that 1.99% increase last year was going to mean that they could not balance their family budget. And what that actually meant was he was seriously considering coming out of work and going on benefits. Or, alternatively, he told me he would have to use food banks to feed his children for the future if the proposed increase went through last year. Well, it did go through, and I must admit I haven't been back to see him, but I'm assuming they are using one of the plethora of food banks that now are in every single town and village in this country. And I think that's a disgrace that we continue to tax people. This council does have problems, as do every other council. We need to make cuts, and those cuts have been forced on us by government after government after government mismanaging our finances. Yes, the banks will say in 2008 had something to do with it, but we're spending far too much money at the moment elsewhere that could be spent more wisely. This council has probably in excess of 4 million underspend this year. We have £16 million in reserves. We can, for this financial year 2016 to 17, fund the business plan in total as it is written without putting a further financial burden on the people and the council taxpayers of Cambridgeshire. And I commend this House to seriously consider for this financial year 2016 to 17 to freeze council tax, to take that burden away, to use the extra we need from reserves, which will still leave us a significant amount in reserves should anything that we haven't foreseen happen. And it would give us a chance to look at those things this council is now doing. The Investment Review Group is seriously looking at making revenue streams from our immense asset portfolio. And I'm sure we will do that in the future. We are looking at other ways to change the way we do business, to transform the way. And my personal view is this council can still save a significant amount of money in the way we do things and use those savings to provide the services that the public deserve and the public wants. It is no longer right that every time there is a problem, that every single political party wants to impose a further tax burden on the hard-working people of this country. And I say, enough is enough. It is time we have the finances to freeze council tax for 2016-17. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bullen. Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, didn't Councillor Count's comments reveal what all this is about? Why is this council threatened with not being able to set a budget? Because the Tory group want to go into the 2017 elections saying the committee system doesn't work. My group has offered to get around the table with the Tories at every stage in this process, and they have voted to mandate their leader not to negotiate. If there is any responsibility for us not being able to set a budget at this stage, it lies entirely with the Conservative group, Mr. Chair. Ever since May 2010, the people of Cambridgeshire have been under a constant assault, the supposition of which is that the needy, the vulnerable, the elderly, women, the disabled should bear the brunt for a crisis they did absolutely nothing to cause. And the supreme irony is I can see faces on the Conservative group opposite. They don't support it. They're ashamed of this most vicious and right-wing period in our country's history. Mr. Chair, Councillor Count likes to parade the £3.2 million in crumbs that George Osborne has brushed off the Treasury's table for us, and how grateful we should be that he's gone, the strong man, to sort out George Osborne for us. But Cambridgeshire remains the 5th worst funded authority in the country. And don't take my word for it. Health Watch, the NSPCC, the Clinical Commissioning Group, the Papworth Trust, Age UK Cambridgeshire, Home Start, the National Autistic Society, virtually every organisation of civil society in this county is raising alarm bells at our budget, and nobody is listening to them. But it's all right, some members tell us. Councillor Bullen, Councillor Bailey, piously they will lecture us that we have a fiscal magic wand. We can continue to provide services as we've always done, despite a contracting fiscal base, despite the abolition of national grant, and despite a growing and ageing county. And what is this magic wand? Service transformation, building community resilience. In this right-wing fantasy land, we can continue as normal with nothing changed. Are these councillors reading the same budget papers as the rest of us? Reducing support for those with learning and physical disabilities, slashing care packages for the elderly and those with mental health problems, removing £200,000 from disabled children's care, pretending that there won't be any more children vulnerable to abuse or disability so that we don't have to bring them into our corporate parenting role. A proposal that the officers themselves present an unprecedented level of risk. And if the council is so ridiculously inefficient, if we need all this transformation, there is only one group responsible. It is the Conservative group that has run this council unbroken for 30 years. It's amazing to see how they've realised how terribly they ran the council over this time, once their masters in Downing Street and in the Treasury turned their beady little eyes to the vulnerable and the elderly. And no amount of offer to speak, of trying to get round the responsibility with talking about managing transitions, minimising and mitigating the impact, can avoid that cruel truth. And Mr. Chair, only my group can stand in defence against this assault. If the Conservatives want to see how you run a council efficiently, come visit Cambridge City Council, where our commercial property portfolio is the envy of local government across the country, where we've had to minimise cuts compared to any other district council in the east of England because of our fiscal prudence. And it's because of Labour that Cambridge's streetlights will be kept on, and we've forced the county council to compromise on the number of hours in which they'll be dimmed. And as we are forced to raise council tax, only Labour-run Cambridge City Council, as the only district authority in the county, maintains discretionary welfare powers to protect the vulnerable from having to pay extra council tax. And if UKIP are the great left-wingers that they pretend to be, perhaps they might ask their district council to take up these discretionary welfare powers to defend the vulnerable. Here on the County Council, Mr. Chair, our group also punches above its weight. We have fought the cuts on a committee at every stage of the way. We have offered to negotiate with the Conservative group. They have deliberately refused it for their own cynical political game. And it's for that reason, Mr. Chair, that we will be voting against the budget.
Thank you, Councillor Walsh. You do have a minute left. Very wise. Councillor Hipkin.
Chair, it's usual on these occasions for me to remind you that we don't, as a group, have a whipping system, but I can assure you that on this question we have consulted very closely together and we speak with one voice. About the social care precept, I broadly speaking agree with those who've already suggested what degree of harm it will cause, and I will oppose the budget on the grounds that we would prefer that that precept were taken. However, there's going to be opportunities when various amendments are put forward for us to talk about that in greater detail. So I'm going to address my remarks to the budget as a whole. What I welcome is that we've got a balanced budget that the committee system has produced as a result of sacrifice by many, by hard negotiation, by the careful work of our officers. We've arrived at a sustainable budget. So that's a huge achievement. And as our leader, the leader of the council, has reminded us, we've been able to reinstate a number of savings proposals which would have been unpalatable, and for that, much thanks. It's also worth remembering that over the last 5 years, this council has managed savings of £200 million. So the ability to save is very, very strong in this council. It's good news too that there will be a better management of savings proposals by the introduction of a savings tracker process, by which careful monitoring of the savings process over time is continually kept in mind. However, if these are the positives, if you like, of the present budget, there are dark clouds on the horizon. Inflation prospects are uncertain, reserves are still too low, savings are getting harder and harder to make, demand is unpredictable. We may have rejigged the debt repayment system, but that is only to delay what we are going to eventually have to pay in the future anyway. Our demographic pressures are such that the size and composition of our population causes costs of an additional 9.5 million. We have service pressures of 7.7 million. We have the phasing out of the rate support grant from central government, which will be steeper and quicker than was previously thought. We have the unwillingness of the government to fund its proposals for increases in the national living wage. That's going to cause an additional pressure of 4.9 million. However, we do have the compensation of the transitional grant and of the sizable underspend to which Councillor Bullen has referred. I also want to emphasize the point which has already been made, that the budget depends very, very strongly on what's called transformation of services. And I'm afraid to say that although I see no alternative but to transform the way in which services are delivered, I still have very, very grave apprehensions about how that is to be achieved. Community resilience is all very well as a catchphrase. It sounds very good. But transforming predictably delivered services provided by professionals into an informal system of networking, volunteering, neighborhood support, and all the rest of it carries with it very, very substantial risks. So I think we should be very mindful of that. Fortunately, the budget is part of a business plan that looks ahead of the current year. And what it's predicting is that the future is dreadful. My worry today is that if the positioning which has already been so firmly expressed is what we find now, 15 months away from an election, a county election, God help us next year when we're a year closer to it. So I do plead with everybody today, yes, let's make our statements, make them clearly and as rationally as we can. But in the end, we've got to compromise. And we, this group, is ready to compromise.
Thank you, Councillor Hipkin. Now, members, under item 5 of the order of the debate, we are now going to debate all sections of the business plan. Members will have the opportunity of speaking once, only for 5 minutes. I propose, as part of the main debate, to exercise my discretion and invite the chairs of the policy and service committees, if they so wish, to speak first. However, before we start the main debate, I propose to take amendments. Can I start by asking, are there any amendments to the overall budget proposals? Councillor Walsh.
Chair, I would like to propose my amendment as set out in the budget papers, please.
Thank you, Councillor Walsh. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Netzinger?
I'd like to second Councillor Walsh's amendment.
And will you be reserving your right to speak,
I
Councillor
will
Netzinger?
indeed be reserving my right to speak.
Jolly good. When you do, don't forget to stand up. Thank you. Now, Councillor Walsh, your amendment.
Oh, this is my ego. Can I say, what a measure of the situation we are in, that Councillor Neslinger and I are hand in glove and thick as thieves. I'm sure it's a posture she finds as difficult as I do. But first I must begin by expressing my regret at having been forced to bring this amendment. We've been lectured already on the sovereignty of the committees in our system. Yes, the committees are supreme. And yes, the committees involve the parties working together to achieve negotiated consensus. But it is because of the intransigence of one group which mandated its leader, I suspect against his will, not to negotiate until the budget falls at first attempt, that we have been forced here today. We have been forced into a game of bluff, and I promise you it won't be my group who blinks first. Since committee debate has been shut down, we have no choice but to bring it here, because there are some issues so fundamental that they should be debated in the council chamber. Mr. Chair, the case for raising the social care levy is overwhelming. We could ask the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Clinical Commissioning Group, who wrote to Council Account on this subject only a week ago. Without the precept, they tell us, they have grave concern for our social care services, which will face significant and negative consequences at a time when local NHS organisations are facing unprecedented financial difficulty. Mr. Chair, this year we slashed £31 million from the CFA services, and at the same time we have an ageing population. The most risk-prone groups, the elderly, those with mental health issues, those with physical and learning disabilities, face the greatest cuts. Meanwhile, Addenbrooke's confronts annual crises as social care services struggle to take elderly people from their hospital beds. As the CCG reminds us, removing £2 million from elderly services is likely to result in unnecessarily extending time in hospital, and we know that this will have a negative effect on their health and ability to regain independence. People with mental health issues, meanwhile, risk relapsing, with service workers wasting time scrutinising unnecessarily their care packages. How on earth does cutting these services in this way serve the Council's latest meaningless buzzword of building community resilience? Mr. Chair, these are obvious candidates for further social care investment. So why is it that one group ignored the recommendation of the Chief Finance Officer, the finest CFO, I might add, a council could ask for, to raise the levy? Well, we need only look at their political challenges in the north of the county. Either some of the Conservatives agree with the primitivist claptrap that's spouted by UKIP, a truly terrifying prospect, or they are actually cowards in the face of it. Sensible Conservatives know that if we give in to the barbaric nonsense about the role of the state and the taxation given by the UKIP, we would have no teeth and we'd be all living in mud huts. They should not give in to it. The Conservative Party is better than that and should be better than that on this occasion. And let us finally deal with some of the nonsense that's so far been spouted about council tax being regressive. Well, it's a tax based on assets, progressively calculated depending on value. And as in the case of the poorest, district councils retain discretionary powers to help them pay the tax. Are UKIP these wolves in sheep's clothing, the left-wingers they're professing to be? If they were concerned about the inequalities of taxation, as I say, they might ask their own district councils to take up these discretionary welfare powers. Council tax, I grant, is not perfect. It needs to be rebanded based on ever-changing property values. But this council has no choice. Raise council tax by less than 40p a week for Band D taxpayers, or deny elderly ladies requiring incontinence pads at night. Take away a bed for the frail trapped in hospital, or tell somebody with severe autism that they do not deserve a care package. And next week, I will be having the Horizon Day Care Centre for adults with learning and physical disabilities coming to visit Shah Hall. I visit them quite regularly, and I invite members who vote against raising the social care levy to join me. Come and look those people in the eye and tell them that you did not vote to maximise their service provision. Mr. Chair, if this is the choice, I know which choice I will be making.
Thank you, Councillor Walsh. So, speakers on the amendment. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to make one very small point. Councillor Count has raised the issue about the fact that Cambridgeshire is underfunded, particularly in education and health. And I do salute the work done by him and the Conservative Party in their tireless efforts to get the government to recognise that and to increase our funding. And they have had some measure of success in that funding in education has increased, and that they have managed, along with other shires, to persuade the Chancellor to give us a small amount of transitional money. But the thing that really, really concerns me is that if we turn down this opportunity of raising an additional £4.8 million by having the social precept, if we turn that down, that is going to undermine all the hard work that they have done with the government to put the case that we are underfunded and to jeopardise that argument for the future. Because they can turn round to us and say, but you didn't want an extra 4.8 million. We gave you the opportunity to raise that through a precept, and you didn't take it. So they can say that to us, and that will undermine any argument that we are underfunded. If you didn't want 4.8 million, how can you argue you're underfunded? So I am asking you over there, I am pleading with you over there, please, for the sake of the work that you've done and the work you could do in the future, please don't undermine it. Do change your mind and allow the Council to accept that 2% precept. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor White. I have no other speakers. Oh, I do now. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman. I was hoping some of the Conservatives might also express their views on this amendment. I will be supporting the amendment to raise the 2% precept for adult social care because it could go a very small way to mitigate some of the adverse effects of the cuts imposed by central government. The scale of the cuts proposed for adult social care in 2016-17 is massive, and there are even greater cuts to be made in 2017-18. We're fortunate in having some very capable officers who will do all they can to transform the way that we and our partners provide support to vulnerable people. This whole budget assumes that clients and their families and the community do an awful lot more than they're doing now. And in many cases, that's perfectly acceptable, but in some, it's not. And as a result of those transforming lives methods, it should go some way towards reducing the demand on our services. The papers which went to the Adult Social Committee included a RAG rating identifying whether the impact and the deliverability of the savings was green, i.e. achievable, amber, not sure, or red, definitely major impacts. And I think if the Chief Finance Officer could pay attention to this particular point, I think it would be really helpful for future budget discussions if that RAG rating was included in the papers to this full council rather than just to the committees. In a number of cases, the cuts have been assessed by officers as being both red for deliverability and for impact. And this means that officers, and these are the professionals here, are concerned that there is a major risk that they will not be able to reduce the demand or the cost of individual care packages to make the savings, and that the impact on individual service users will be severe. For example, on page 139 of your budget papers, there's a £2.1 million cut in meeting the needs of older people requiring care. And the comments on that cut are, we recognise that this will be very, very challenging to implement and could have negative impacts on the outcomes of the older people we support. And some older people may not receive the amount of care they had hoped for, or may be placed in the care setting they would have chosen. And the community impact assessments, about which I've been very sceptical in the past, but at least in this instance they are a bit clearer. It does add, older people in their own homes could temporarily experience a much higher level of risk that could have serious or life-threatening consequences. It could also result in older people staying longer in suboptimal care settings. I don't actually know what a suboptimal care setting means, but it doesn't sound very good. or being delayed in hospital, increasing the risk of adverse effects or deteriorating health. And the most recent information which we've been provided about delayed transfers of care, these detox, which is the bed blocking caused by people unable to get out of hospitals, for the month of December, it shows that the detox have increased for the first time for 4 months. And the number of bed day delays attributable directly to adult social care has increased from 449 to 557. And there's also an increase in the number of bed day delays that is attributable to adult social care and the hospital, the joint bit. In Addenbrooke's, the increase in adult social care delays was generally caused by, and here I quote, a lack of capacity in the independent sector, with the bulk of delays being categorised as care home or domiciliary care delays. So there are big problems in the private sector which we will make even worse if we don't have the officers and the budgets to be able to help people coming out of hospital to find the services that they need. The budget tables give very similar accounts of the likely problems about deliverability and the major consequences of cuts in meeting the needs of people with learning or physical disabilities, where a total cut of £6.4 million is proposed and a further £840,000 cut in, for adults with mental health needs. And Councillor Nessinger has already referred to this letter from the CCGs and the health trusts. These are the experts. These are the guys who really understand, as well as our officers, about what the implications could be of not taking this increased 22%. We would be the only local authority in the east of England, and probably, according to information that Chris Mallion's provided, the only county that is not taking this extra 2%. So I urge you all to take the 2% in adult social care precept. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Cairns.
Thank you, Chair. I really just can't understand why we're here today in this position. The leader of this council stands up and says that starts to blame us because we haven't, at the last moment, agreed with what he's proposing. Well, at the last minute, when the government finally said what was possible, you said no. This budget is based on everything that we've been working on for so long, and it is a huge risk. Our own finance officer says in his briefing that this is at considerable risk. We do not have the slack, we do not have the flexibility for things to go wrong, and things will go wrong. You know, I've said it before, and I will, if I have to, I'll say it again. We should have done this 10 years ago. We should have transformed this council to be fit for purpose for delivering to the 21st century community. But we didn't. And yes, we are where we are. I regret that. I welcome the fact that even the Conservatives, who were members of that cabinet, recognise now that we should have done this earlier, and we are doing it now. But I question our ability to actually make that transformation. Many around this chamber said we should have a transformation budget this year, not next year. That's difficult, but we are just setting up problems the longer we delay transforming the way we do things. In our own budget of the Economy and Environment Committee, at the very last minute, when the Conservatives took their decision not to go to the public and say we want to raise the council tax to cover this precept, at the very last minute, we went back to the finance officers and we went back to the officers and they said, well, we might be able to raise some more income for planning. Well, we don't even in this council at the moment have a logging system to allow us to have a professional attitude. There is so much that has to change, and I question, frankly, the ability to be able to change in time. I don't understand why you haven't listened to the Quality Care Commission. I don't understand why you haven't listened to Centre 33, who provide support to young people who are caring for adults. These are the people who, on a day-to-day basis, are the very front end of this council. They are our contractors. You are reducing the amount of money that we are putting to organisations like Centre 33, to Sexuality, which I'm a trustee of. All of this is false economy. But I do recognise, and I said this to the people standing on our steps this morning, that we do have to make cuts. We were willing to work with you in the committee system to find a way through. And you've thrown that away by rejecting your own government's recommendation. We have to transform this council, but we need the ability and the flexibility to do it. The risk is we will take the money for the maximum revenue provision, restructuring our debt, which I reluctantly will support, and then we will squander it because we will have to use it to continue to try and deliver the services rather than transforming the council. And in a few years' time, we'll be making even worse cuts and we'll have no plan B. We have an alternative today. I beseech you, every member of this council, to take responsibility, to put some of your own politics aside and recognise that what we need to do is we need to ask the public for more money in order for parish councils to deliver that transformation that we can do with them. But without it, we are asking people to do things that we can't commit to ourselves. You are elected to take this opportunity. I have spoken to Conservatives. I haven't spoken to a single Conservative who thinks that we shouldn't do this. Your own people who vote for you in Cambridge think that you should be doing this. So I ask you to think again.
Councillor Jenkins.
Thank you, Chair. Nobody questions the financial challenge that this council has got. And we've been addressing that challenge with transformation and the new operating model. And I don't think anybody challenges that either. And a part of that new operating model is cooperation and integration. And we've spoken to parish councils and town councils and said, can we work together somehow? Let's get rid of the cracks in the system so that people can be better looked after locally, so that they don't become a burden on the state. And the parish councils, by and large, have been positive about that. I'm member and chair of Histon and Impington Parish Council. Perhaps I should declare an interest. And we've become working with officers. We've started working with officers, and we've run workshops to try and find ways initially of integrating adult social care and saving money. And that's proceeding, and it's been very successful so far. When you talk to people about doing this, they say, that makes sense. We shouldn't have layers of government. We should have different government institutions working together. We'll do that, they say. And then you say to them, oh, and by the way, the 2% adult social care precept which is allowed, which everybody else is taking up, is not being taken up by Cambridgeshire County Council. Blimey, they say, you're asking us to share the burden, but you're not doing as much as you can yourselves. Lucy mentioned the letter from the apparently higher authority, which is the CCG, the NHS, and all those trusts. We've also seen all those letters from the lower authorities, the parish councils. There have been several of them coming in. I haven't kept count, but I'm sure that we've all had a look at them. Now, Histon and Impington Parish Council met last night, and so it sent its letter in this morning, and I'll quote from it, if I may. This is just the middle paragraph. It's probably rather similar to the middle paragraph of all the other letters. Having considered this matter, that is the 2% social care precept, independently of its chair, David Jenkins, I left the room. And noting the clear need to protect some of the county's most vulnerable residents, Histon and Impington Parish Council urges all county councillors to vote for a 2% council tax rise in addition to the capped amount. Honestly, it makes a lot of sense. Do it.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chair. There is an alternative to this motion, and the alternative is proper, sustained funding from central government. As that is not happening, then we on the Labor side have had to put this motion for the rise in council tax. Why? Because there are already direct and specific and negative consequences that will arise out of the cuts that are in this budget. Distressed children and young people in care are more at risk of being isolated and so becoming even more vulnerable to abuse. Yet we are told by the Prime Minister that if any local authority fails in its obligations to children, the local authority will be denied any part in supporting those children, and charities and other councils will take over. Yet as other councils are being denied funding and are increasingly lacking the capacity to care properly for their own distressed children and young people in care, this solution seems fanciful at best. As for other non-government institutions taking over, today we are reaping the whirlwind of despair and distress, exploitation and abuse imposed on children in the other institutional care. So much so that elsewhere Royal Commissions have been and are being instituted into this distress, vulnerability, abuse in such institutions. And in this country, there are inquiries going on as well that expose depredations and despoilations imposed upon children in such care. Do we truly wish a repeat of this? And is this what the Prime Minister wants? Children and young people with learning difficulties are being denied services enabling them to live their lives fully, a right to which they are entitled because cuts are downsizing, undermining and abolishing programs the county wishes to fund and support, has funded and supported and wants to continue funding and supporting. As to care packages for older people with critical or substantial needs, these are being severely reduced or curtailed so that the care that they require is no longer there or seriously depleted, a personal catastrophe for them, generating even greater burdens on local government services, which are, of course, severely reduced, burden piled upon burden, catastrophe upon catastrophe. And enormous burdens are falling upon carers, often themselves frail, elderly, or already bearing the burdens of caring for other family members, so as to enable them to seek jobs that are simply not there. Today, we have children caring for their elderly parents, whilst those children care for their grandchildren, without proper recompense or recognition of the sheer hard work, physical and psychological, that falls upon them. The notion that service provision in these areas, which of course this notion is being generated by central government, the notion that service provision in these areas is profligate, populated with children, young people, adults and older people who do not require the services being provided, that these services are being provided by an overabundance of staff, so that staff cuts are simply efficiencies, service efficiency, is nonsense. Cuts at the level of 40% cannot be explained away. Unfortunately, because of the actions of central government, because of the actions that you over there are supporting in not supporting the 2% precept rise, those actions leave us with no choice. That is, we on the Labor side, why we are putting this motion and why we, to a woman and a man, support it.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
Couldn't find the button on the microphone there. Councillor Scott seems to be suggesting that we're not delivering our statutory services, and I don't believe that's true, and I'm sure we would have a challenge if that was the case. And if it was the case, I'd be truly horrified to hear about it. So if you have got cases, I think you need to put those forward. I absolutely don't believe that's the case. I can't speak for children, so I can only speak in the Adults Committee. One of the things that's really depressed me so far about this morning is Councillor Walsh's comment that the latest meaningless buzzword in this council is around community resilience. And I think that does a massive disservice to the huge amount of effort that many members, one in particular, who's sitting not very far behind me, has put into this area of the council, and also a number of officers. And actually, I tell you, I've been spending some time recently with the East Cambs Learning Disability team, who kindly spared some time to talk to me about how they've been implementing the Transforming Lives model in adult social care, trying to help supporting people with learning disabilities in East Cambs. And their words are, and they've been truly transforming the way that we deliver services here, their words are that everyone is happier when we put people before process. That's about getting rid of bureaucracy, and there are inefficiencies in bureaucracy. They talk about the fact that they now try to avoid using respite care and that they look for other solutions. They talk about the fact that they are working in a less restrictive way, in a more person-centred way. They talk about having a more balanced approach to risk and the fact that you cannot wrap people up and it's not right to do so. And they talk about the fact that it doesn't work and it's restrictive and it's too expensive to deal with all those just-in-case scenarios, and that it's not the right thing to do for people. And that they now view the whole community as a resource instead of relying on the default position of in-house or specialist services, which are expensive. And some of that is very simple conversations. They've been in to have a conversation with Costa Coffee in Ely that people with learning disabilities like to use a lot. And the people in Costa Coffee actually turned around to our officers and said, do you know what, we don't, thank you, but we don't want your training, we don't need it. We're very embracing of people that come to use our coffee shop, and people spend time there. And yes, it's different. It's a different way of doing things. But it's about community resilience, and it's a simple conversation and working with people to really listen to what they want out of life. So it's different. So it's about talking to people and finding solutions. And what they told me is that the majority of their spend now in East Cambs around learning disabilities is at the tier 2 level. That's specialist services. Tier 2 services don't have, they have an end date. You know, they're not these never-ending care packages, and that's the majority of their spend there, and they're getting good outcomes for people. So I think there are ways of doing things differently, and you know, everybody's talking about cutting services. This is about transforming the way we work, not cutting services. Yes, at the moment we're changing some of the budget lines, but that's because we believe in what we're doing, and I believe in community resilience, even if the Labour group doesn't. I've looked carefully at the effect that this proposed additional 2% is going to have on local populations and my people. And in my district council patch in particular, which is the Downham Villages, I have some of the highest areas of deprivation in Cambridgeshire, particularly around access to services. It's unbelievably geographically challenged location. And council tax represents a very significant and increasing portion of their income, and there has to be limits. You know, I understand that it's £22 on a Band D property, but when you're already paying a massive proportion of your income, that really matters. It makes a huge difference. And for me, even we've got a balanced budget. It has been through the committee process. And even since that situation, we've had a number of new areas, and the adult spokes people, if they haven't told their groups, they will know that there is a real opportunity around continuing healthcare funding to make further savings. We've got a balanced budget. We've had announcements of a potential £5 million underspend and new funding of £3.2 million. Therefore, I cannot justify a further £4.8 million tax burden on already hard-pressed people.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. I presume there are other coffee shops available in Ely. Councillor Hipkin.
Someone famously said that politics is the art of the possible. And I think the great tension in this room today, and it will, I think, become clearer as the proceedings go on, is between those who are inclined to take a pragmatic approach as opposed to those who are inclined to take a dogmatic approach. By which I mean that if we insist on our principles to the very last moment, if we insist that we're not going to compromise, if we use phrases like "we won't blink first," then I don't think we're going to arrive at a sensible solution. So I'm appealing to the pragmatists. And the Conservative Party is famous, if for no other reason than that it is a pragmatic party. I'm appealing to UKIP, because I've had correspondence with members who I shan't name because they would be so embarrassed. And in our exchange, it has become very clear that some members of UKIP are very concerned by the effects of this proposal on their own communities. And although I take the point that Councillor Bailey has made about the increase in the tax and how it will impact on the poorest in her division, I think it also has to be said that if there is an appreciable impact upon the services that we deliver, those same people will be the ones who will suffer most. Because it's in the nature of the beast that the services that this council provides help most those who need help most. So I don't think we need to worry that if we don't take the precept that somehow they will be spared. So my appeal today is to the pragmatists, and I want, if I may, to read an email which I received this morning, literally as I was leaving with my coat on and ready to go. I thought I'll have one last look at my emails. And this came as a sort of gift, because the lady concerned, I shan't name her because I don't have her permission to do so, she wrote as follows. First of all, she indicated that she perfectly well understood what the situation is. Then she goes on. I understand that the additional council tax for a Band D household, if the social service precept were to be levied, would be an additional £22.89 per year per household, an additional 44 pence per week per household, or an additional 22 pence per week for each adult in a two-person household. So 22 pence per week, the price of a single cigarette, the price of 2 eggs. And this is going to cause hardship? Do you really expect us to believe that? The decision, she goes on, to levy the precept seems a very easy sell to the public. It's a relatively uncontroversial area of spending, and it's a small amount required from each individual council taxpayer to raise overall a substantial additional sum for adult care services. I'm struggling to think, she says, what else an individual can buy in 2016 with an extra 22 pence per week. Then she goes on. I note from section 9.3 of Appendix B that the Council's Chief Finance Officer has expressed major concerns about the growing budget pressures beyond 2016-17 and has stated that the challenge is likely to increase at the point of the final budget before the May 2017 County Council election. And finally, leaving aside the important issue of the beneficial impact on adult social care services of providing the additional funding in this financial year, my sense is that on purely political grounds, it would be better to start levying the social care precept now to normalise it even at a lower level than the maximum, rather than being forced to introduce it just before the May 2017 election. And she finishes, I hope these comments are helpful in your discussions today. Aye to that.
Thank you, Councillor Hipkin. Councillor Mason.
Chairman, in all the representations that have come to me with regard to the extra 2%, they have all almost unanimously suggested that we should take the extra 2%. And I am going to support the amendment on the basis of that. We should also remember the very dire position that this council is going forward. Why would we not take the 2% in order to at least give us some reasonable hope for the future? Because if we do not take it now, then the result of the cuts this year are going to be almost irreversible. We should also remember, and members have been talking about transformation of services, that takes time. We are where we are now. We are trying to balance this year's budget. Transformation also, I would remind members, does in fact require a great deal of extra work and input from our existing staff. One of the first duties that our new chief executive carried out when she joined us a few months ago was the fact that she had to issue precautionary notice of redundancy to some of our staff, a goodly number. So in all of this, if we are refusing or turning down the opportunity to raise that vital finance for those services, then what message does that give to our staff? I say, please, to those who would say no to the extra 2%, please reconsider, because we really cannot afford not to take it. This council is in a dire financial position, and we are already struggling when we look to balance the budget for future years. I think that whatever council is like in 2 or 3 years' time, basically we would be looking at a failing council, because if the rate of cuts goes on and we can't do anything quick enough by means of transformation, we will be failing to deliver services. So I say, please, to those who want to ignore the government has acknowledged that counties and that councils delivering adult social care are in need. They are underfunded. The government has acknowledged this. And, it's the same as the transition grant. Small as that is, the government has realised that the funding formula, as previous governments, of course, have all realised that the funding formula for councils and for local authorities is inadequate. We've been debating the Barnett formula for years and years and years, and we still haven't got it right, and we are in dire straits as a result of that. So please do reconsider and let us support this amendment to take the 2% on top of the 1.99. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Bullen.
Thank you, Chairman. I wasn't actually going to get up on this amendment, but I feel I have to, just to correct a couple of wrongs. And I must say a big thank you to Councillor Bailey, because I think that she spoke more common sense than anybody else has done in the last half hour in this chamber. What has not been mentioned until Councillor Bailey said it, was the fact that that care we provide to the old, the vulnerable and those less able to serve is a statutory one. And this council, as far as I can see, has not and will not fail in its statutory duties to those who need help. So we're not talking about failing in our statutory duties. I've never heard so much scaremongering in all my life, surrounded by smoke and mirrors from the Labour Party. Are we really not going to change incontinence pants on old age pensioners of an evening if we don't take an extra 2% tax? It's utter nonsense, and how hypocritical that that sort of comment comes from a group leader who doesn't actually pay council tax, but he insists that the rest of us do.
If Councillor Bullen was himself a learned man, he might get the council tax exemption by being a PhD student himself.
Thank you, Councillor Walsh. I will take that as a personal explanation.
And
Councillor Bullen, if you wouldn't mind sticking to the matter in hand, please.
And what we're actually talking about here is 4% tax, additional tax, 2% tax or 0% tax. At the end of the day, you can call it a social care precept if you like, but at the end of the day, it all is taxation and it all goes into the one pot. And yes, our chief finance officer can say to government, yes, you give us that extra 10%, we will spend it on social care. The fact is, £2 million or £4 million or whatever we were going to spend on social care, we can then spend elsewhere. So at the end of the day, it's all taxation. So what we're really talking about today is, do we impose a 4% additional burden on our taxpayers? Do we impose a 2% additional burden on our taxpayers? Or do we, for this one financial year, whilst we look at what's going on, freeze council tax? And I will be voting against the rise of 4%. But I must also say, they're saying it's been spoken by members on this side. They've quoted bits of the business plan and they've admitted they don't even know what they mean. Well, I'm not going to quote any bits of the business plan. It's been agreed in committee by the members of this House. And we've all collectively agreed it. We may not. Some of the items I know UKIP don't agree with, some items Conservatives don't agree with, some items Labour and such. But we've come to a compromise, we've agreed a budget. All we're arguing about is how we're going to pay for it. And I firmly believe that we do have sufficient finances this financial year to freeze council tax, and I will be voting against an additional 4% burden on the council taxpayers of this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Downs.
Thank you, Chairman. Clearly, there's no simple answer, and there's a danger in an arena like this that we clutch at simple answers. If only. If only we did this, if only we did that. There is no simple answer. We're facing a very difficult situation. It is, I think, a turning point in local government. It's very serious, and I think we need to approach it seriously and thoughtfully and without unnecessary histrionics. Now, some people say we could solve this by making savings and pursuing waste. Yes, we've got to do that. The scope for doing it, as Councillor Hipkins pointed out, is much less now because we've made masses of savings over the last few years. But we must continue to do that. There are other people who say, oh, well, we'll just use the reserves. Well, it's true that we might judiciously, in very specific cases, use some of the reserves for saving for the future. Some people say we must pass the jobs to other people. Call it community resilience, whatever you want. That's right, we've got to do that. And I entirely agree that disparaging remarks were inappropriate because that's going to be an important way forward in getting communities to take more responsibility and to do more things. We've got to do all these things. But we've also got to, I believe, to raise tax as well. It's not one or the other. We've got to do all these things. And I just want to illustrate from one particular example. We are thinking very much short term. But some of the decisions we are making today will have long-term implications. I just want to highlight one from the area of my particular interest, which is children and young people. And that is the proposed cuts to help in the early years. Now, it has been very well established by international research that if you do not intervene supportively with families and children, young children, you are creating an extra cost further down the line. The research demonstrated that if you invest £1, $1, it was American research in the first place, by the time those children reach the age of 27, you have saved the public purse $7. That is the factor of saving. If you fail to invest, you're costing very much more. Now, my point is this. What we are proposing to do is a false, in some of these things, is a false economy. We may appear to be getting through this year, possibly next year, but further down the line, when many of us in this chamber will have retired, the cost will come back to hit this council, hit the crime statistics, the police, all sorts of things. And so I urge you to support a 4% increase, and at the same time to pursue savings, to pursue community resilience, and do all these other things if we are going to move forward for the best interests of all the people in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Downs. If you wouldn't mind switching off your microphone, thank you. Councillor Reeve, you're next.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to start off by saying that the debate today is testimony to just how well the committee system works. We could have ended up with 4 or maybe more entirely different budgets, talking about the detail and finding it very difficult to debate and come to a conclusion as to what service does Cambridgeshire offer its residents. And it's a real testimony to just how well the committee systems work, that this debate isn't about that detail. Arguments, as Councillor Bullen has said, the arguments have happened, not everybody's happy. In fact, probably nobody in this council chamber is 100% happy with the service delivery plan that we've agreed. And yet the debate isn't about that, because those arguments have happened. The detail has happened. This debate, in effect, is just the final stages of a debate that's been happening over 6 months, step by step, building the picture, getting to the right decisions for the people of Cambridgeshire. And for that, I think every single one of us needs to be proud of where we're at right now. That leads us to a debate today, not around the detail of the service delivery, but around the way it's funded. And that's where we come to this conclusion. Now, for me, there are some big issues, and I've got huge amounts of sympathies, and I certainly haven't been writing to Councillor Hipkin, but I've got huge amount of sympathy with where the Labour and Liberal Democrat groups are coming from with their budgets. They see a difficult situation. We all do in our communities around Cambridgeshire. We see a government that is making political decisions based on ideology. They kid us with talk of austerity. They kid us with talk of paying off the national debt, not one penny of which has been paid off. And we fall for that trap. We fall for that lie. Here's a government that's prepared to spend £55 million a day to be a member of the European Union. Here's a government who've just put forward a financial statement that will mean the foreign aid budget over the next 5 years.
Point of order, Chairman. I think we are here to discuss the Cambridgeshire County Council budget. Is that correct?
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Well done, Councillor Reeve. You got it in, but can we get back to the budget, please?
Chairman, the sad fact is that my Conservative colleagues don't seem to realise that this is all about Cambridgeshire's budgets. It's all about local government budgets. So I will continue. Here is a government that has made a political decision to fund foreign aid to a degree that it now will outstrip, over the next 5 years, the Home Office budget.
Councillor Reeve.
That's a fact.
Chairman,
thank you very much, everybody. Just calm down.
If I could continue with some more detail
I've got some points of order, I feel. Councillor Palmer, if you would like to start, and then we'll get to Councillor Connor.
If I may, Councillor Reeve is an eloquent man, and he's got the ability to speak in front of the group. I think he should be speaking through the chairman, and I do think he should be talking about the budget, which is exactly what we're here to discuss, not the government's policy on foreign aid.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Right, Councillor Reeve,
shall we try again? Thank you, Chairman. I'm sure the Conservatives up and down the country don't want to talk about the Conservative national policy, such a disgrace that it is. I'm commenting, Chairman, on why I have sympathy with the Labour and Liberal Democrat amendment. And the reason for that is the national agenda. Now, to bring things back to home, because there's been comment about people being ideologically dogmatic, and though I would class myself as a libertarian, my views and our group's views are shared by many who don't share our political philosophy. To quote just one document in the Cambridge Fairness Review, who said that council tax is a highly regressive and unfair taxation, talking directly about the issues of the 2% precept we're discussing today. And let's remember that here in Cambridgeshire, the amendment we've put forward isn't just 4% this year. This group is talking about 4% year on year, 17%, 16 to 17% over the next financial plan, 4 to 5 years. That's what we're really talking about to the people of Cambridgeshire. And I, for one, say it's wrong. This government is using councils like ours and amendments like this to be the whipping boy, to undermine the public, and we will not stand for it. If more taxation is the answer, then just how bad was the question to the people of Cambridgeshire? We will stand up against this government. We will stand up, despite having sympathy with this motion. We will stand up for the taxpayers of Cambridgeshire, hard-working, dedicated people who are being stripped of their assets by this government, not just the elderly, but the working through increased council tax. And the answer for us, Paul Bullen will outline it further, and has already alluded to it today, the UKIP amendment, which will talk about a fairer way to do this, a more constructive way to do this. The crying shame we all share is that the transformation projects that this council is now looking to deliver very quickly, and I think they can be delivered very quickly within the next financial plan period, weren't started years earlier when there was a Conservative controlled cabinet who in the good times could have put this council on a better setting.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, I will be voting against this.
Thank you. Right. Members, let's keep the focus here. Councillor Onsanya.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I just wanted to, actually, what I'd written, I'm going to start in a different way. So, starting with the comments that were just made by Councillor Reeve, you will note that the former Chief Executive, David Plank, who you were referring to, actually points out in his social care from crisis to catastrophe that actual central government's breach of these provisions places Cambridgeshire County in an untenable position. And so with that, we are where we find ourselves. However, I've always been one to say that sometimes a problem is just an opportunity in disguise. We have here before us today an opportunity to raise this social care precept levy. And we are asking you to actually, as Councillor Bailey said, put people before process. Let's think about the people that we use these services to provide for, the people that we need to protect. Let's think of those people before the process and do what we need to do today and vote in favour of the amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Chairman. I've done a few of these now. I think this is my 7th county council budget. I've never done one where Liberal Democrats haven't advised that we should put tax up by at least 2% more than they recommended, so I'm not at all surprised. The Labour Party interests me. I had a very conciliatory email from Councillor Walsh this morning urging the Conservative group to work alongside Labour. Yet when the cameras turned on, oh, it's gone now, when the cameras turned on, we have a Rottweiler in our midst, and the tone is completely changed, and it didn't sound very conciliatory from my point of view. The interesting thing to me is that I feel Councillor Bullen has spoken very well. Those who know me know that I'm not one for high taxation. I'm one for efficiency. I'm one for developing assets. And certainly I'm not one for putting the burden of our failure on the taxpayer. I would find it very difficult, whether it's 22 pence per adult a week or 5 pence per adult per week or whatever it is, I still find it difficult to look to anybody in the eye and say to them that we as a council are as efficient as we can possibly be. And when we have assets of 40,000 acres of land, this building, buildings all around the county. It's a very, very difficult thing for me to look at them and say that, yes, we are within our complete rights to pop 4% a year for the next 4 years onto the tax bill. I can't do it. So I would say to the Labour and Liberal Democrat groups, I'm sorry, I cannot vote for your amendment, and I will not be voting for your amendment. There is a way to run council more efficiently. I assure you it can be done. Cambridge City Council was mentioned by Councillor Walsh, and of course they have the absolute fortune to be able to heinously tax car parkers of Cambridgeshire as they enter the city. Other councils do not have that ability and have to work within their own budgets and with their own common sense to balance budgets. This is where we should be as a council. I do not feel, unfortunately, I'm sure this will be debated further in the day, I do not feel that 0% this year, sadly, UKIP is achievable, and I do not feel that because I cannot agree to taking from reserves in order to prop up a budget or prop up the 0% position. It's been suggested to me by various parties on various sides over the years that that's the way to operate. I can't agree that it is. Morally, I agree with you. We should be at 0%. This council should not be operating from a position of always going to the taxpayer to request more. That's a position of failure. We should be aiming for 0%. I believe we can get there. I believe if we make the right decisions this year, if we restructure this council, if we develop our assets, we can be in a position in 12 months' time when we can be in a 0% position. And I would very much hope that we can if we work together. But unfortunately, I think it's a year too early, Councillor Bullen, and you've spoken very well, but I feel that you are a year too early. So I believe in the 1.99 simply because of the situation we're in at this time, but I think we can do more, and we should be striving to do more. There is a way forward. There is a way to balance the books as a council and provide for the public and not cutting services. And that's what we should be striving for. And I fully hope, I really hope, that the UKIP members over there can understand why we're at 1.99 as a Conservative group and can understand why we feel, certainly I feel, that 0% at this particular time is not an achievable situation. At the same time, I hope that, I don't expect it, but I hope that the Labour and Liberal Democrat members can understand why 4% a year to the hard-working taxpayer is just not an option. There used to be a time when Labour stood up for the working man. They were the party of the working man. It seems, I'm afraid, that Labour are the party now of the executive middle class, and they have forgotten their roots, and it's a great shame. Thank you, Chairman.
Members, thank you, Councillor Palmer. I see the class war continues. Councillor Topping.
Thank you, Chair. This is a very difficult debate. I do mildly take issue that because of a quirk of seat planning, Councillor Bullen finds himself sitting in the middle of the council and can therefore refer to the left and the right as if, you know, as if he occupies the roast beef centre ground of British politics. Seriously, there will be no point in squeezing social care if the consequence was that people end up in hospitals, and there has to be a whole system approach, which Councillor Jenkins has tried to point out. And so, while I do regret the megaphone diplomacy that the CCG has employed, and perhaps they ought to put their own house in order before giving us some lectures, you know, we do have to see social care and health as one system. But for me, it is just too easy to be rolled over, to put the money up, take the 2% again and again, and it puts off the day when we have to bite the bullet. And we are serious about transformation. Any public body knows that, you know, this fiscal set of circumstances is going to continue. And we are serious about transformation, and we need to make it work. And sometimes what is going to be a tough and difficult journey needs to start with a difficult step. And this is a difficult step, but it's one that I'm prepared to make, and therefore I will not support your amendment.
Councillor Shellens.
Thank you, Chair. 2 points. First of all, just for the point of for accuracy, we should remember that many of the hard-working poor that we're talking about do not live in Band D properties. They live in properties less than that, so it's a fraction of the 22 pence, but I take the point of principle. Secondly, I would like briefly to revisit Councillor Bullen's question, which, if I remember it correctly, was, do we apply a 4% extra burden on our residents? This, Chairman, is the language of those who know the price of everything and the value of nothing. As I see it as a different question. Can we save 4% of the extra services that we saved during the £200 million of cuts we've done so far? Can we save 2% of those cuts? Can we save 0% of those cuts? I believe in services, and therefore I will be voting for the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Shooter.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, listening to the very impassioned debates on, I would almost say, on either side, we have a wide sort of divide. We have on the one side the unholy alliance of the Liberal Democrats and the Labour Party, and on the other side we have, well, not an alliance, but we have UKIP's position, which is absolutely no council tax rise. But as Councillor Hipkin has pointed out, ultimately we're going to have to reach a compromise. And, you know, we've got to come together and produce a balanced budget. We do have a balanced budget. If I was a Martian coming down and listening to this debate, I would think, oh, well, the compromise is quite clearly the Conservative position. 1.99 is the compromise position. It's the position in the middle. It's halfway between UKIP, and I know not mathematically exactly, but almost halfway between UKIP and halfway between the unholy alliance of Labour and Conservatives. So we are the compromise party. We are the party that is offering the compromise position, and therefore, I have to say, I will have to vote against 4%. I think it's too much. There are great principles have been discussed here. I don't have any principles when it comes to...
Be careful, Matthew, be careful.
I should elaborate a little bit, but I believe that ultimately here we have the committee system now. As people have pointed out, it has worked surprisingly well. I'm not a fan of the committee system, but I think particularly with this budget debate and the very difficult position we find ourselves in, it has worked extremely well. We must all work together. We must drive more efficiencies out of this council. There is a danger if we take this 2% and we up it to 4%. There is a danger there that we take our foot off the pedal, that we don't drive these efficiencies as well. So that's one of my other concerns. But as I say, I have no principles over this. I do not stand on a no taxation, a low taxation, a high taxation. I just feel ultimately we have to reach a compromise between us. It seems to me 1.99 is just about the right compromise in the middle, and therefore I'm afraid I shall oppose the motion that's put before us, and I do think the compromise is the one that we have put forward.
Thank you. Councillor Clapp.
Thank you, Chair. Since I've become a member of this council in 2013, we've already had 6% rise in council tax. And now, people where I live, they've asked me to vote for a 0 rate increase in council tax, you know, because they've had enough. They have had enough. We've got people going to food banks. We've got more people than ever going to food banks. And, you know, to turn around and say, oh, we'll just take another 2% off you, they haven't got it to give. Now, 4% is even more ridiculous because, I mean, yes, it might be helping certain people, but, I mean, I've got a question for some of you, most of you in here, actually. Do you actually know what we pay for respite care per night? That will make your eyes water. Now, another thing we was asked about was a £100 million city deal. We all voted unanimously for it. They all promised money would come up to Wisbech. As yet, I don't see any of it. So, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, we've already had 6% off other people. Let's not take any more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clapp. Right, members, I have Councillor Netzinger, who, as the seconder of the amendment, has reserved her right to speak, and then finally, Councillor Count. Is there anybody else who feels that there is something that needs to be said that has so far not been said, at least twice? Good. In which case, Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. In my opening statement on the impact of the cuts this morning, I talked about the impact of the decisions of this council on the wider NHS and on support services. I spoke about the analysis in the impact assessment of the increased risk to older people. And I want now to draw attention to the huge risks facing this council, which are inherent in the budget plans. This is only a balanced budget if the officers succeed in making the huge reductions to spending on social care services that are in the budget. These are statutory services. We can hope there are fewer children who need to come into care, but we have statutory responsibilities, as Councillor Bullen pointed out, to young people and to older people. And if they need our care, we will have to provide it. The budget is in balance if, and only if, the effort to prevent those on the edge of care from coming into expensive services succeeds, and succeeds quickly. This is a huge risk, and by taking the social care precept, we allow ourselves longer to invest in the preventative services and to make the changes that we need. Councillor Bailey spoke about the value of the Transforming Lives programme and the value of community resilience. No one on this side of the chamber would disagree with the value of these services. But what she is failing to recognise is that building up community resilience and transforming lives, investing in preventative services, takes time. And during that time, we still have to meet the growing demographic need. The impact assessments I quoted earlier directly contradict her view that it is not about cuts, it's about doing things differently. We do need to do things differently, but it is also very clearly about cuts. It is disappointing to discover that Councillor Bullen has not understood that the proposals in this budget will mean real cuts to real people. Yes, we will meet our statutory responsibilities, but we will reduce the level of care to the absolute minimum, and we will face a massive level of risk. Those with learning disabilities will face actual reductions in their activities. Their carers and many other carers will face an increased burden. The additional 4.8 million cannot entirely remove these cuts, but it can help to provide a buffer to reduce risk and soften the blow. Councillor Whitehead is right. Not taking the 4.8 million does undermine our case in explaining our funding crisis to national government. And Councillor Jenkins is also right. Not taking this money also massively undermines any request this council might make to parish councils to fund services. There are many examples in the budget papers of ways in which we will ask parish councils to pick up responsibility for things which have traditionally been county responsibilities, from crossing patrols to street lighting and verge cutting. How can we reasonably expect parish councils to put up their own precepts and take on responsibilities if we refuse to do so ourselves? Councillor Palmer's vision of this council as inefficient simply misses the massive point of a growing demography, growing demand, falling grants from government, mixed with ever-increasing responsibility for services. Central government have not only given us a significantly reduced grant, they have also asked us to take on roles in public health, in school nursing, health visiting, and many more. We are not operating on a flat playing field where the goalposts remain fixed. Things keep changing. We need this money to deal with that change. Councillor Shooter says that the Conservative position of 1.99% is a compromise position. He also says that he has no principles, which is perhaps not unexpected from someone who works in insurance. This amendment, however, is not about compromise.
Members, come on. Councillor Netzinger, carry on,
This amendment is not about compromise. It is about making the right decision for vulnerable people in Cambridgeshire who depend on our services. The financial risks facing this council are huge, and the potential risks facing vulnerable people in Cambridgeshire are even bigger. The financial situation has changed since the consultation, making it even more imperative that we take this opportunity to take the social care precept, and I urge you to support our amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Netzinger. And finally, Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chairman. Quite a lot of very points from all around the room today, and I'll try and encapsulate some of them that I feel really need answering. And first of all, Councillor Walsh, thank you for the offer to negotiate and the fact that you're willing to move from your position. I don't see that as a failing on our part, the fact that we've not negotiating, because what you've done is you've made an assumption that we will automatically move in your direction, And I urge you, when it comes to what will probably be the final debate today, to consider that that may not be the option that is taken if compromise is to be reached. In terms of undermining our position with government, we've already seen that our position of saying, you know, enough is enough on the people of Cambridgeshire has played out well with government. And I was in a fortunate position where I had the opportunity to speak to Greg Clark directly, the Minister for DCLG. I spoke to him directly, and the subject under discussion at one point in time was our shared chief executive. This is the Gillian, thank you for joining us, Gillian, which is the largest example in the UK of the highest echelon of sharing partnerships in the UK. I also spoke about LGSS, which was created originally between Cambridgeshire and Northamptonshire, and is the largest example of public shared services being provided by one body in the UK. And those things hit a note with them. Those transformation projects, we've been accused of transformation being slow, take time, but they hit a note with them, and they can see when councils like ours do those kinds of measures, and we say enough is enough, then we're worth listening to. When other councils around the country actually bleat about money and don't do this transformation work, then they stop being listened to. So I don't feel that any of my arguments with government have been undermined. I feel that the work of this council has really enhanced it. I do take exception with Councillor Kearns on one point, although I do thank you for the comments you made about transformation working and how we're going to move forward. I didn't write to the government and say, you know, we won't take now adult social care precept as my decision. You said I turned it down, right? The committee system turned it down. It went to the GPC committee. I know you didn't like it, but the committee said no. And that is the committee system working. And attacking me personally when you don't like the results of the committee system working is very unfair. John, thank you for your wise words about pragmatist, and I think we'll be hearing a lot more of that as we play out through the day. And being a pragmatist, one of the things we're talking about is the future, the 5 years, not just the 1 year sphere. And we've all sat in here today and we've heard about the reversal of some of the savings that we've made, and we've not got bogged down in the detail of what's left. Now, as uncomfortable as some of them are, we realise, whether it's in the parameters of 0% to 4%, those are the decisions that we've pretty well got to make. Okay, they may not be comfortable, but we've been left with a set of proposals that is affordable at 0 with your proposals, at 1.99 with ours, and at 4% with yours. And there's been no proposals to change any of them past what we've already taken through the committee system. So we know that the budget is affordable next year, whichever route we take. We know that's for. So what happens next? And we've heard some people over there saying, you've got to get this money, you've got to put it in your coffers, transformation takes time, we need a handle on that. Yes, transformation takes time and it takes money, but that's what the MRP policy later on in the debate is about. We're setting up a transformation fund, so that's already clearly defined. And as to what about government fair funding, that we said we know it's been going on for years, as part of the 3.2 million that we're getting next year and the year after, we've also got a commitment that the funding formula will be reviewed, a root and branch assessment of that. I cannot believe, as we've heard, we're the 5th lowest funded authority in the country, I cannot believe that there will not be a step change for us. It's just not possible or credible that it carries on this way. We also got asked about the parishes, where does that leave them when we ask them to do things? There is flexibility for them to decide what is best for them. And some people want their street lights off all night, and some people want to pay for them. It's their flexibility. And lastly, just on the letter from the CCG, I met with Maureen Donnelly yesterday, and I gave her our response as a county council. And we had a very comfortable meeting. She outlaid her letter, and we had a response. It's very comfortable. Where we are committed to, the CCG and us, is moving forward together as a partnership so we can both save money and deliver services. And we know that there are opportunities out there. It is not the hardened attacking thing that has been promoted today. It is actually a way to discuss better things moving forwards. I cannot support 4%. The amendment has come forward. I think we've heard a lot of reasons for, and I think we've heard a lot of reasons against. and I will not be voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Right. Yes, Councillor League?
Could I ask you, please, in what capacity Councillor Count was called to speak at the end of the motion? I believe that was your prerogative, Chairman, as mover of the motion.
We agreed that the chairman of GPC shall be permitted to make their speech as the last speech in any of the debates as part of the running order for the budget protocol, which presumably was agreed by group leaders.
Yes, it was agreed by group leaders. I'm sorry if certain group leaders didn't report that back to them.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Count. All right, that's enough of that.
Point of personal information, that was my fault. Apologies.
Thank you, Councillor Netzinger. Right, we're going to go to a vote now. Mrs. Rowe, if you would be so kind, please.
Would members please press the button marked present? Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button marked yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button marked no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button marked abstain. I'm now closing the vote. Chairman, the result of the vote is 23 votes in favour, 37 against, no abstentions. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. We shall now adjourn for lunch, it being 1 o'clock. Members, you have 45 minutes. Thank you. I must confess that I do like a gavel, which I intend to use quite a lot of in the next 16 days. Welcome back. I hope you are all suitably refreshed and ready to rock and roll on the budget. So we move, I'll speak slowly so everybody can get seated. We move to the next amendment, which is put forward by Councillor Bullen. Councillor Bullen, would you like to speak, please, to your amendment?
Initially, I move the amendment, do I not, Chairman?
Oh, yes, that. Right. Would you like to move your amendment, then?
It gives me great pleasure to move my amendment, Chairman.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for your amendment? Councillor Reeve.
Seconded and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Reeve. Right, Councillor Bullen, now that we've got the niceties out of the way, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Chairman. We've already spoken an awful lot on this debate, and I'm happy to say a lot more. However, I'm also happy for us not to debate my amendment. I think the debate's already gone through, and to go straight to the vote, if Council wishes. If not, then I'll use my full 5 minutes.
Oh, well, now, members, Councillor Bullen has suggested that we go straight to the vote on this amendment.
I move we go to the vote, Chair.
All right. In which case, just so that everybody in post-prandial good mood understands what we're doing, we are taking a vote now on Councillor Bullen's amendment, barely moved. Mrs. Rowe. Too late, too late.
Would members please press the button marked present? Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button marked yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button marked no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button marked abstain. I'm now closing the vote. Chairman, the result of the vote is 11 votes in favour, 48 against and no abstentions. The amendment is therefore lost.
Right, thank you, Mrs. Rowe, for that. Now, do I have any further amendments? That being the case, we now debate the main budget proposals as put forward by myself from the chair and seconded by the vice chairwoman. I'm going to exercise my prerogative and ask, or rather invite, the chairs of the policy and service committees, if they so wish, to speak first. So the first up is Councillor Tew. Do you wish to speak now? No? Thank you very much. Councillor Whitehead? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The Children and Young People's Committee has produced a balanced budget, which is part of the budget that you've got before you. This was an even more difficult task than last year, which was bad enough, and has been achieved again at great cost and at great risk to the Council. Whereas it is true that some of the original cuts that we were considering have been reversed because of our petition to the General Purposes Committee, but nevertheless there are remaining areas where there are still very, very severe cuts. The main headlines from the CYP budget is more staff redundancies and a serious reduction in services. And I'd like to draw your attention to the most serious of these. One of our greatest areas of concern is children's social care. Last year, the children's social care budget was cut by 1.6 million. This year, a further 1.4 million cut is required to help balance the books. Essentially, this means taking fewer children into care at a time when the demand for care places has risen since last year and continues to rise. This is partly driven by demographics. There are more children living in Cambridgeshire, but also by the fact that the children who present themselves to locality teams have much more complex needs than they've had in the past. To make the cuts required and reduce the number of children taken into care means making very, very difficult decisions and possibly leaving children in less than ideal situations. That is, situations where there may well be a threat to them and also, therefore, a threat to this Council. I want you, therefore, to be under no illusions that reducing the number of children taken into care does carry a very, very high level of risk. It is red in the rating, both in terms of our ability to deliver it and the impact it will have on children. And the situation is in fact made worse by the redundancies we are having to make in the locality teams. Last year, although we managed to retain all 14 teams, the teams lost their senior social work posts, and this year teams will lose the assistant manager posts, except for those in areas of greatest need. So at a time of increase for children's social services, we are reducing the number of staff available to deal with this and asking them to make even more difficult decisions about taking children into care. So I really would like those in UKIP and on the Tory benches who make totally unjustifiable claims that there is still room for yet more backroom efficiencies. I'd like them to go and tell these overworked teams that they're being inefficient and that they're not working hard enough, when we are asking them to do more work with fewer people and make much more difficult decisions. Last year, we saw a reduction in youth services across the region, but we did manage to retain our work with needs, that is, individuals not in education, training or employment, for a further year by drawing on the reserves of CYP to the tune of 320,000. However, we can no longer afford to do this. Schools will no longer be provided with a dedicated service to help children who are potential needs to gain either education or employment. There will continue to be one dedicated professional post to work with the most vulnerable of those who might become NEET, but others who may be less high risk but still in danger of becoming NEETs are unlikely to receive help. This is potentially a tragedy for young people who may be in danger of becoming the long-term unemployed, or a burden on the health system due to drug and alcohol addiction or to self-harm, or even worse, ending up in the criminal justice system. And I think, as Peter Downs made the point, this therefore will cost more money in the long term. The county's record so far has been very successful in maintaining the number of NEETs that we have at a very, very low level. But this is likely now to be undermined and possibly not maintained. Another great difficulty for the CYP is the school transport budget, because we have a statutory obligation to provide home-to-school transport for pupils under 16. We have no obligation to provide transport for over 16s to attend educational institutions, so regrettably, we are no longer going to provide a subsidised transport for this group, except for those from the most disadvantaged homes. The biggest negative impact, therefore, will be on those students who are just above the threshold to continue to receive a subsidy. In addition to these cuts loom in the future. Children's centres are under threat from 2017 onwards, although we hope to be able to work with the Health Committee and Public Health to jointly provide services for them in a new-look children's centres. Balancing the budget has been a difficult and unpleasant task. As chair of the CYP, I would like to thank the officers for their hard work in producing the budget proposals and all my fellow committee members for their engagement and support through the process and for making very difficult decisions that none of us wanted to make. I think I can speak for the whole committee in saying not one of us is happy with this budget. The committee did not endorse the section of the budget concerned with CYP. They simply agreed to forward it to the General Purposes Committee, and we now present it to you as the best we can do to protect as many services as possible under very, very bleak circumstances.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Bates? Councillor Jenkins?
Thank you, Chair. The Health Committee has produced and recommended the budget. It was not an easy process because, as all other committees, we had reduced funding to work with. In fact, our reduction for this year came hot on the heels of a mid-year reduction from the government, which we had to handle. I'd like to pay particular tribute, thank you very much, to the officers who worked extremely hard. Because we demanded of the officers that they present us with data to enable us to make decisions in an objective fashion. Now, we're very fortunate in the health sector in that there is an awful lot of evidential information out there, and the committee became experts in cost of quality adjusted life years and similar concepts. However, having been able to make the decisions objectively didn't make them any easier to make. but it did bring a clarity to our decision making, which I think was reflected also in the clarity of the papers. Unfortunately, because our papers get into the public domain, Liz Robin's trade journal picked them up, and we featured as a case study as to what is happening to councils these days when they're having to cut their budgets. It was a masterpiece of picking up the numbers and then not getting quite the full picture when they report on it. But anyway, thanks to the committee, thanks to the officers, and no thanks to central government, but we've got a budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jenkins. Councillor Hickford.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one. Thank you to officers and to committee. We have produced a balanced budget on the proposed 1.99 preset. We've managed to save services such as school crossing patrols, street lighting, road maintenance, mobile libraries. And as far as street lights goes, Councillor Walsh, actually it was my proposal at the HNCI committee that kept them on till 2 o'clock, not Cambridge City Council, which I don't quite know how that managed to get into the debate.
If we could have it through the chair, that would be delightful. Thank you.
Apologies, Chair. No, that's it. Thank you very much to everyone involved. We have got a balanced budget on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hickford. So, members, I would remind you now is the opportunity to debate the substantive motion. You've heard from the chairman and chairwomen of the Policy and Service Committees. Councillor Bullen, you've indicated you wish to speak. Thank you, Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, being as I didn't speak to my own amendment, I will speak now and point out, but I'll keep it short. I've already said most of what I want to say this afternoon to do with the budget, but I would say that remind members this, and I'm not going to criticise individuals and individual party. We are where we are. We have a balanced budget. The argument is how we're going to pay for it. And we are in a state of turmoil at the moment. Now, I commend the Conservative group for managing to get the extra money they did out of government, and I hope they're successful in getting a fairer settlement for us on the future. Hopefully that will come our way. There are other things going on which could give us more money. We've already spoke about our investments and how the investment review group is going forward to get income streams coming through. But there are other things that we have problems with at the moment that are costing us money and may not do in the future. Repairs for the guided busway, for one, hopefully we will get that money back in the future. Hopefully, officers are going to renegotiate our waste disposal contract, and that will cost us less in the future. So we are in a state of turmoil. We do know the probability is that this council will have more money in the future. And what I'm saying to members is now, really consider whether for this one financial year, we need to put yet another financial burden on taxpayers. But I will also throw a seed out if we don't agree this budget now, and that seed is we in UKIP are happy for council tax to be raised by whatever percentage councillors think is appropriate, but only if the public agree with their elected members. So what I will say is that whilst this year we're advocating a council tax freeze, we would support any group that wants to call a referendum to see whether we increase council tax next year by 4% or more. And we would support that referendum, because at the end of the day, the people we represent would then tell us what they want. To date, we've never done it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bullen. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. I really would like to say that my party, or my group, is a group that has in its very DNA low taxation. And that's where we are. And that's borne out by East Cams, where we haven't put the council tax up last year, this year or next year. And we've achieved this by efficiencies. And I think there is more to come. And I think that we as a council have a duty not only to the vulnerable people, but also to the hard-working people who go to work not in rich Cambridge, but out in the rural areas, and where the council tax is a huge chunk of their income. And of course, some of them have done the almost criminal act of having a job, so they don't get any help from either us or other agencies. I would love to be like UKIP, and I appreciate what they're trying to do by saying naught, but actually it's not practical. And I believe that you're looking here at pragmatic compromise, and I believe we've got one group or one area which is talking about 4%. We've got another area talking about 0. And we, as a moderate, middle-of-the-road party, are quite clearly there at 1.99%. So we do have an obligation to set a budget. I would say that you look at the spectrum that's on offer, and some of you have it in your power to see a common sense, pragmatic view taken, and accept the fact that this group here is not a taxing party, but we are pragmatic, and that's where we are. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Sales.
Thank you, Chair. It's a general point I wanted to make about the delivery of services, and it applied really in the first instance to examination of the Health Committee's budget. And of course everybody understands very clearly that the Health Committee is a preventative committee. It engages in preventative work across the board. Its main reason for being is to improve the health of the community through preventative action. Well, on Tuesday, the 19th of January, there was a meeting in Huntingdon attended by the great and good, for lack of a better description, and there were quite a few people here who were also at that meeting. The chief executives of all the various authorities locally with their political leaders from all around were there to discuss devolution, which is I suppose another name for reorganisation of local government, as the government can't say anything in straightforward terms. We talk about economies and other things when we don't mean it, we mean cuts. And in this instance, it was about devolution, which is in fact reorganisation. But there were two main issues which came out of that meeting, and you will, those of us who were there will recollect, there was greater collaboration. There was greater collaboration between authorities, and there was preventative work. It was stressed again and again that we had to engage in more preventative work, we had to invest in preventative work in order to reduce the demand on services. Well, that much being said, 2 days later, I was in the Health Committee meeting when we voted for I think it was a £1.6 million reduction in the budget. And of course, we didn't support it, but the absolute inconsistencies in reducing the public health budget at a time when there is a greater commitment to preventative work across the board makes no sense whatsoever.
Thank you. Councillor Hipkin.
There's a German word called realpolitik. Let's use an English equivalent, real politics. And I want to talk about real politics for a moment. We're in an impasse. We've all stated our positions. They're very well known. And when it comes to writing leaflets and exonerating our positions, we can all blame each other for an outcome which wasn't entirely as we would have wished. So I can already see the leaflets arriving through my letterbox telling people that I and others are to blame for the fact that that we didn't get what that particular party wanted. So I'm going to, and another thing is that I think we're now going to go into a phase of discussions and negotiations, and I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to make it clear now what this group of three, and it may only be three, but I'm afraid the numbers suggest that these three votes could be decisive, what our position is. The Conservatives, quite rightly, are sitting in the middle between a 0 and a 4% vote. To go higher, there are 20 members. 20 members are asking you to go higher, 11 are asking you to go lower. Not only is this a numerical consideration, But in deciding whether to go higher or lower, you have to decide also with whom you wish to be associated and allied, and you too have the problem of writing leaflets. If you go lower, you go towards the UKIP position. If you go towards the UKIP position, I think this will be interpreted as meaning you're running scared of UKIP, that you feel you're in competition with UKIP. If you go in the other direction, I agree. I mean, I get the sense very strongly that Cambridge, Lib Dem and Labour is largely Cambridge, and so am I, Cambridge. Yes, Cambridge is likely to be more liberal on this question. You might say more generous, but honestly, the level of incomes in Cambridge and so on are much higher than they are in many parts of Cambridgeshire, and I can understand that that's a real tension. So it's a difficult dilemma. But if the Conservative group will agree to a halfway position between 2 and 4, you will have our support. And with our support, we will have a budget.
Thank you, Councillor Hipkin. Councillor Mason, can you add anything to that?
Well, I was going to add a general comment with regard to what we actually didn't discuss because of Councillor Bullen's very quick withdrawal of his amendment. But the
Councillor Mason, he didn't withdraw it. We took a vote on it, and it was defeated.
Yeah, sorry, but we didn't have a discussion. We are where we are with the finances of the council, and one thing that has not really come to light in all of the budget papers, in all of the deliberations by committee, and Councillor Bullen did in fact just briefly refer to it, but we do have a liability unknown as yet to this council, in that we have not yet a legal settlement, even in view of the guided bus situation. Now, we don't know the extent of that until we get the reports, which I hope will be coming out very shortly. But there is an unknown factor there, and I would have drawn attention to this had we have debated the use of reserves, because I think that the use of reserves in this situation would have put the council in very much future jeopardy. We are hoping that the legal settlement will in fact be beneficial to this council, but I would remind members that we are daily, from our existing resources, having to pay for repair work on the guided busway, and this is, we've had 2 weekends closure at Histon in recent months, and consequently that all has to come out of the council's existing revenue. We may hopefully get that money back in terms of the settlement, but I would remind members that the last legal action over the guided busway resulted in this council actually losing about £30 million for its taxpayers because of the arbitration. So there is a note of caution here in that why we do need not to take reserves, and why we also need to accept this additional 2%. So I will not be voting for the main budget.
Thank you. Councillor Cairns.
The UKIP group has given us a sort of challenge, if you like, but I think that is redundant, because if you look at the statistics from our extensive consultation, which people around this chamber have congratulated our research and demography experts this year on the way that we approach things with a very visible, a very visual approach, a very engaging approach. And the figures surely speak for themselves. Overall, 19% of respondents opted for no increase, 32.4% opted for an increase of between 0.5 and 1.99, and 48.6% for an increase of over 1.99%. Now, given the fact, unfortunately, we live in a sort of, if you like, first past the post system at the moment, then on those
point
grounds...
of order, Mr Chairman.
Referring to which part of the Constitution?
To the figures that the colleague's just given. I mean, I think it would be relevant that he says the figures of respondents, because it was very small. And whilst he's intimating that 40% of the
That's
public
not actually a point of order, Councillor Bullen. Thank you. Carry on, please, Councillor Cairns.
It was, you know, it was self-selecting by people who chose to engage with the process.
Moving right along.
And I believe that we have successfully engaged with the public about the severity of the situation we're in, and there is movement within the public of recognising the need to raise council tax in a specific way. And incidentally, one of the other things that that extensive process looked at was very much an emphatic thing that it needed to be on specific areas of the council spending. Well, a precept that can only be spent on the social care, you can't get much more specific than that. This is money in order for us to continue to deliver to the most vulnerable people in our community, and the people of Cambridgeshire have given you a clear message. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cairns. Councillor Scott.
We are where we are. This phrase seems to have taken over with some monotonous regularity from that, to be honest. I don't say we are where we are. I say the problem is that we aren't where we aren't. And that is what is facing this council. Not we are where we are, please. Councillor Count, when he made his first statement this morning, said that the committee system was working because everybody had agreed that certain items should go to the General Purposes Committee, and the General Purposes Committee had approved those items that had been reserved. With respect, the Labor side did not support that. The one that we did from highways was the one about transport, because that related to enabling highways to raise its level of funding because of expenditure that would be undertaken, and therefore we would come into a different category of funding. The ones about the crossing guards, the ones about the mobile libraries, the ones about the learning centres from Fenland, of course we support those. But how can one actually measure them off against the other cuts that we've had to make? And I refer to this one, for example. Reduction in the gritting of roads from the 45% of the network currently treated to 30%. The statutory requirement is to keep roads free of ice and snow. 30% coverage is considered to be the absolute minimum level. Risks are associated with road safety, impacts on services and isolation of rural areas. The point there is that children who are affected by the crossing guards are also affected by safety when gritting is not conducted. And there's another cohort that's affected, the elderly, persons with a disability, and every single one of us. In terms of the libraries, what's said is, Library Transformation Strategy identifies a new approach, increasing community involvement to reduce costs. The proposal is for a reduction in the number of libraries funded by the Council and a corresponding increase in community-led libraries through transfer to local groups. Savings would also reduce adult and children activities within the libraries, reduce opening hours and maximise income generation. If anybody here wants to refer to the Regis Cora issue and say that the fanciful figures that were produced there would have made some difference, let me say this. Regicide was committed by the community in the action that it took, and just as well, those fantasy figures would not have assisted us at all, and they wouldn't have assisted libraries, and they wouldn't have assisted the people who want to use the libraries, adults and children, for services in addition to books. The other issues that we had to deal with in highways, there are excusable cuts being made, and it's inexcusable that the legal team has had to look at the cuts that are proposed and work out how they conform to statutory obligations at the minimum level so that we won't suffer from judicial review. This is not what the legal team should be used for. I conclude by saying this. The idea that we can make more backroom savings is risible. We've already removed from Castle Court and everybody's crowded into this building, which means that loads of people have already gone. And what is happening is this budget is drawn up on policies that deny ordinary people proper entitlements in favour of welfare to the rich, to corporate interests and entities. They are greedily gobbling up the funding that should be coming to us through our budget. They take benefits words from a government that asserts welfare rights are wrong and essentially that those in need are not in need. What we could not be perhaps blamed for thinking is this: there is a razor gang rampant in London, and that razor gang is being led from Westminster and Whitehall, and the razor gang is actually attacking what local government is supposed to do, and this budget is founded in the activities of a London razor gang that ought not to be in power and that is imposing on local government cuts that are inexcusable, that are bluntly wrong, and this budget is reflective of that.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. I just want to clarify that you made a statement that there was a statutory requirement for us to grit roads.
Yes, that's in the budget.
Right. I think we need to seek a bit of just clarification, because I don't want people going away from the chamber or watching to not be clear about that. My understanding is there is no absolute statutory requirement.
This is page 63 of the business plan. The statutory requirement is to keep the roads free of ice and snow. 30% coverage is considered to be the absolute minimum level.
All right. Happy with that? Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Taylor, you're up.
Thank you, Chair. We've heard talk today from councillors, the councillors opposite and to my left, I suppose, about hard-working families and those on low incomes. We haven't heard that much about it from Councillor Bullen, although we have seen it in a press release which he issued but forbore to present before the Council today. I think we are suffering a bit of a delusion here, and that we're focusing very much on the cost of council tax, but not on what we receive for it. I have a rather old-fashioned idea about tax, that it's how the community provides for those who are more vulnerable, and that we provide services, rather than seeing it just as a figure on a balance sheet. And it's my experience, certainly in my division, it may be different in yours, that it's the families who have the problems, who are on the lower incomes, who have certain vulnerabilities, who are using the services that we provide. So rather than think about the extra costs, we actually need to think about the net benefit to those families, in that they are using services much more. We know that people on lower incomes, that tends to go with worse health outcomes. People with lower incomes are more likely to be walking or using public transport, using roads and pavements which may not be fit for purposes. If we reduce our roads gritting and our roads maintenance, it's those people walking about, perhaps shift workers late at night, on low incomes, who will suffer more than those who are better off. More likely to use public transport. They're the people who are more likely to be using our libraries, perhaps searching for jobs, or looking for other information about services within the community. Advice agencies, those are another thing that is funded, something which did not escape the cuts. We're cutting grants to the Citizens Advice Bureau, which in itself helps people to get out of debt, secure employment and to exercise their legal rights. Again, that's another service that is used more by people on low incomes. Cutting that sort of service takes away from the people on the lower incomes rather than helps them. Just think about the people who come to your surgeries or phone you up or email you. They're very often the people who are not so well off, who are in need of our services. And I would say to you today that reducing the council tax isn't doing a favour to people on low incomes. It's actually depriving them of services which it's our responsibility to provide as a community. I'd like to remind you of a statement that was made by former Councillor Martin Curtis when this council opened. He said, "We are here to serve." We need to maintain our level of services in order to do that. And I would urge you to support that going forward and to take that responsibility to provide a fit level of service for the people of Cambridgeshire. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clapp.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'll come back to when I was on this council, elected to this council, we had something like 3 million reserves. We've now had 4.8% per year put into reserves. So I mean, our reserves are very healthy. What I'd like to see is us actually help, you know, the people. And we're not helping the people by charging them more tax. What I'd like to see is the 7-point-something million that we've actually got received from the government and our underspend used to fund this year's council tax. So we're not passing on to the people as usual. You know, I mean, that £30 million that the Councillor Mason in front of me said, why on earth did we lose £30 million just like that? We wouldn't have been talking about a budget if that money was got back for us. And why did we spend that money out in the first place? I mean, 30 million is a lot of money. And when I'm actually having rows with highways about gritting an extra 50 yards of road, I mean, let's get it in perspective here. That guided bus has taken up enough of our money.
Thank you, Councillor Clapp. Now, members, given the list of speakers that I have and that everybody is pretty much taking up their 5 minutes, we've got about an hour to go. So you may want to bear that in mind as I call you, Councillor Shellens. Not specifically you, Councillor Shellens, but...
My reputation obviously goes before me. What I would like to do, members and Chairman, is to recalibrate some of our thinking. The Audit Committee this year had a very bruising time with our external auditors, but this did not mean that everything that they said was disagreed with. And one of the things I wish to draw to your attention, the medium-term plan shows the Council expect to encounter cost pressures of around 2% each year and another 2% of demographic pressures. What that says to me is that 4% isn't 4% more, it's standstill. 2% is a 2% cut, 0% is a 4% cut, and these cuts would be compound. The 0% coupled with demographic and inflation charges, sorry, beg your pardon. So if we do not put up our precept by the 4%, then we are losing ground against the expectations and the load that we have to bear.
Oh, Councillor Bailey.
Point of order.
Which part of the Constitution does this point of order relate to?
I think we're supposed to be debating the budget proposals at 1.99%, not re-rehearsing all the comments that we've already been through about 4% and 0%. Those amendments have been lost, and we're supposed to be concentrating on the 1.99.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Shellens, I'm sure you will take the admonition.
Thank you, Chairman. The 2% difference between 2% and 4% represents £27 million of services foregone between now and 2019-20, and a £6 million reduction in the money available in 2019-20 for that year. I therefore cannot support a 2% cut in services as proposed by this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Walsh, what good timing.
Clearly we're going to go into negotiation very soon.
Well, I wouldn't bet on it.
So very soon. So I would just like to make clear to Councillor Hipkin, because the Labour Party in Cambridge has always maintained a good relationship with him, and we wish to continue to do so, because we respect his long service and his independence. And I can promise him and give him my word that not a single Cambridge Labour Party leaflet will criticise him for any action he takes today. Because we understand
Back to the budget, Councillor Walsh, back to the budget.
Because partly we need him to beat the Liberal Democrats, but also because we understand the position of compromise that he may be forced to take. I cannot speak for the other political groups, I can only speak for my own. But what we have here is an argument about principle. Now, Councillor Palmer earlier made reference to the communication I sent to the Conservative group yesterday, which, by the way, I sent to the Chief Executive, the Chief Finance Officer, and I'm happy also to send to the press so that what I said is made public. What we have here is an argument about principle. Now, I know there are members of the Conservative group who, on principle, think that we should raise the social care precept. It's obvious. You only need to look at their faces. And one of the reasons I've been so histrionic this morning is because I can see a party that I study and respect, the party of Macmillan, of Disraeli, of Churchill, running off to the right for no reason whatsoever. Think also about the south of the county. Freed from the responsibilities of government, the group to my left, certainly physically, will be hot on your heels. And I'm thinking about divisions like Linton, where you have very slim majorities. In going to the right, you threaten your position in the south of the county. And one of the reasons you're able to put the Labour Party in the weak position we are nationally is because you can steal people on the left of politics, and you should
Councillor
continue to
Walsh.
do that.
Thank you. You'll have plenty of time for more histrionics shortly.
Point of information, please, Chairman.
Oh, Councillor Hickford, I thought you wouldn't resist rising on a point of order or indeed personal explanation, perhaps?
Well, a whole majority of one could be fortunate or just good counting when people go in to vote. You've got to decide.
Well done, Councillor Hickford. Councillor Hoy.
I would like to explain why I'm supporting the budget today. I really don't like council tax rises, and yes, it is a point of principle for me. And also, I have had residents say to me, we don't want a council tax rise, because it's not just a few percent here, it's cumulative. We will be rising, possibly the districts, the fire service, the police service. It's all massive rises. And then also locally, our town council are having a 16% rise to fund the street lights. And so residents are saying to me, why are we getting less services at Shire Hall? Why are you making cuts at Shire Hall and still charging us council tax for them? And I can see where they're coming from. People say it's a small amount, but people in Fenland and Wisbech are on low pay, they don't get benefits always, and so they do have to struggle to make ends meet. And they keep being told by people on the other side, oh, they can afford it, you know, like it's some big joke. Well, I don't think it is a big joke to a lot of people. And at the end of the day, I don't feel like I have to answer to the Liberal Democrats and Labour. I answer to my residents who voted for me. Why I support 1.9% rather than the zero that was suggested by UKIP was because I do want to stop some of the cuts. I'm really pleased that the decision to cut school crossing patrols was made and reversed, because my residents personally would have been greatly affected by that. And I was very interested to see on Twitter this morning the Liberal Democrats claiming some credit for that, for their by-election, which is nicely convenient for them. But luckily that decision was reversed at committee some weeks ago. I'm also glad that we're really looking at community transport, because this is also very important to a lot of our residents, especially in rural areas. Now, what I believe that the Conservative budget has done is offered a fair compromise. It's really realised that we can't tax people too much. We can't just keep asking for money and taking them for granted. But at the same time, it's trying to manage the cuts to services, and so I'll be supporting this. And I would really, really make a plea to my fellow Wisbech councillors on the other benches to support this budget. Don't stick with your view of 0%, and the reason I'm begging you not to is because what if the compromise is 3%? You've heard what John's got to say, you've heard what Ashley's got to say, and if you think, right, we're sticking on our view on 0%, and we fail this 1.99, and it's 3%, it's gone 3% through, and all the people in Wisbech, along with me, are going to have to say, we set a budget and we're taxing you 3% because some people in Cambridge decided you can afford it. So please don't let that happen.
Thank you. Right, now, Councillor Walsh. We have 5 more speakers and then Councillor Count. Councillor Bates.
Thank you. This is the first time I've stood up today to speak. This year I've been a councillor for 20 years. I think we all find ourselves in a very difficult position, all of us, as elected members. I'm not on the left and I'm not on the right. I'm in the centre. And the centre is not naught, and neither is it 4. The centre actually is what is proposed, which is 1.99. Now, you may not like it, and there will be people that don't like it, that people will want some more. But those have been through committees, and I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the committee that I chair, because those were difficult discussions. We did come out with a sensible way forward. We have protected things like the Fenland Learning Centre. We all know about, yes, with the help of Labour, with the help of my Vice Chairman, okay, we all agreed to protect a part of the county we've all identified that needs help. But it needs help in all sorts of other ways as well. It needs help in their basic living, which is actually, they don't get as much money and they don't earn as much money in some parts of the county. And therefore we need to understand that and respect that. Therefore, what I would like actually all party in this chamber to recognise that and actually just to be sensible, vote through 1.99 increase in the council tax, which I think is the sensible way forward. It is the middle ground, and therefore I think that is the right way that we have to present it to the public, which is a united, difficult times, difficult decisions. There will be more to come. We need to change the way we work. We need to change some other organisations, how they work, working with the NHS. They need to change along with us about social care and how we deal with that. We need to work with Addenbrooke's about bed blocking and Hinchinbrook about bed blocking. All that can be achieved and done. We've got the largest shared service in the country. We will need to do more of that as well. But let's actually come together, vote through 1.99% increase in the council tax, because that actually is the middle ground and that's the sensible way forward.
Thank you, Councillor Bates, and congratulations on your 20 years. Councillor Reeve.
Thank you, Chairman. To some degree, I wish this debate had curtailed some time ago, because I've lost respect for a number of members since the start of this debate. Councillor Bullen, as has been pointed out, quite rightly, having lost our amendment to have a tax freeze in Cambridgeshire, has given a lifeline, and it's a lifeline to all of the parties in here, and in particular to those parties who have throughout the year have been arguing for tax increases and have suddenly moved back from their original high taxing position to a more reasonable one based on the government's offers. But what's really disappointed me is to hear a Conservative Party that ever since I've been on this council, since 2009, has every single year at this time in this debate has chose to drive tax up to the maximum it's allowed to do year after year after year. When this budget was set, it wasn't based on a Conservative compromise between positions. This budget, when it was first negotiated and spoke through, was a continuation of Tory policy. Tory policy to increase to the maximum in Cambridgeshire every year. There was no 2% offer. When the Conservatives started arguing for 1.99%, it was the maximum they could squeeze out of Cambridgeshire taxpayers. And any talk of that not being the case is absolute nonsense. We think we're right, and a number of Conservative members have stood up and said we are right. The people of Cambridgeshire do not want tax rises. But we're a party of the people, Mr. Chairman. UKIP is a party that listens to common sense, listens to the ordinary man on the street. And that's where the lifeline that Councillor Bullen has given this chamber really kicks in. Throughout the whole budget debate over the last year, we've heard the Liberal Democrats and the Labour Party, some independents and one or two Tories, telling us that we're wrong. And I'm prepared to accept that. We could be wrong. I don't think we are, and I'll fight for tax freezes, and we'll continue to do so. But they've said all along, we're wrong, the people of Cambridgeshire want tax rises, and we need to start listening to them. They even quoted today the consultation, but forgetting to mention that less than 700 people of the thousands of people in Cambridgeshire actually responded. What we offer is to say to them, well, what's the risk then? What's the risk? If you genuinely believe in your spin about tax rises being acceptable to the people, then back us. We've given you the ability to follow through our budget, and in particular, Councillor Hoy, I take great exception to, talking about Wisbech. We haven't said cut services further in order to fund our tax freeze. We've said cut the reserves. And if Councillor Hoy is honest with her constituents in Wisbech, she will tell them that when she voted against our tax freeze,
through the chair, please.
Chairman,
Councillor Reeve, Councillor Count, is this a point of order or a
yes,
personal
a point of order.
explanation?
This is inappropriate to make personal attacks like this. Comments should be addressed through the chair.
Yes, they should.
He should be saying things along the lines of, I disagree with what Councillor Hoy has said. not this director.
Thank you, Councillor Count.
Chair, I believe that's
you
exactly
did,
what
you
I
did
said.
actually say, Mr. Chairman, yes.
Yes,
but
that's exactly what I said.
nonetheless, let's tone down the personal positions.
So when
is this a point of order, Councillor Sales?
It's a point of clarification I'm seeking for Councillor
I don't think
Reid.
there's such a thing as a point of
It's a
clarification.
Point of order, I'd like to know whether, as a representative of all the people of the area he serves, he represents the Lithuanians, Latvians, and the
Councillor
Poles,
Sales, I think,
just as
let's pop yourself down there. Right, now, Councillor Reeve, time is ticking on. Let's get to the point.
Chairman, thank you. And in response to that point...
No, don't respond to it.
I would like to, because I'm very proud to say a huge number of Poles and other people from other nationalities in my ward division and elsewhere across Cambridgeshire vote for UKIP because they believe in what we do in local communities.
Back to the budget, Councillor
serve them
Reeve.
well.
Back to the budget, please.
So the point, before the interruptions, the point I was making, Mr. Chairman, is that when Councillor Hoy, as she said, goes back to her constituents, I hope she's honest with them, and all councillors are honest with their constituents, that UKIP wasn't cutting any services. What they just voted against, Mr. Chairman, was voting against taking money out of the reserves and instead to raise taxes from the people of Cambridgeshire. That's just an honest statement, and I hope councillors here are honest. What we've offered, having lost our amendment, what we've offered is, I believe, a genuine lifeline. The ability for Labour and Lib Dem to prove us wrong by going out to the people of Cambridgeshire. We will still fight for tax freezes, but going out there and let the people tell us we're wrong. What do they have to fear by not backing UKIP in the negotiation?
Thank you, Councillor Reeve. Right, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Can I first of all say that 1.9% isn't the middle ground. It's the maximum that we can put our precept up. That is the maximum we can put. So it's not the middle ground. You are going for the maximum precept that this county council can go for under current government legislation. What we've got to decide this afternoon is, having decided that, and the majority, I think, apart from our UKIP colleagues, agree that we should put up our precept by the maximum amount, 1.99%, is that sufficient to deal with the adult and social care issues that confront us, and in particular the national living wage, which up until last month we were all assuming, because of government promises, that we would be compensated for. We haven't been compensated for that. Instead, the government has said that we can increase our precept by another 2% to cover that and the other additional costs that not only us, but all upper tier authorities are facing in this country because of people are living older and because of the enormous care costs that are now confronting us. And the government has said that instead of providing you some additional funding for the national living wage, we'll allow you to put up your precept by another 2%. And what we're doing here this afternoon is decide, do we want to do that? So leave aside the precept, the normal precept, because I say apart from UKIP, I think we all agree that we should put it up by the maximum amount. That's what we've been planning our budgets for. That's what our business plan is all about, by putting up our precept by the maximum amount we can possible. So let's not pretend that this is some middle ground. This isn't some middle ground. This is as much as we can do without the additional 2%. Now, the additional 2%, as I say, what we've got to decide to do is, earlier we voted against that. So we've got to decide, is this 1.99% budget adequate to deal with the fact that we voted not to accept that extra 2%? Now, I don't believe it is. I don't believe this budget can stand without having that extra 2%, because we've made no provision for the national living wage in our budget. So this budget is not fit for purpose. So we cannot accept this budget on its own at the moment because it hasn't been amended to take into account the national living wage and the additional costs of adult social care that the government recognises.
If you wish to raise a point of order, raise it.
Point of order.
Is this a point of order, Councillor
Yes,
Kant?
the information being claimed is not amended in the budget, is in the supplementary papers and well covered. Yep.
Councillor Williams?
Thank you.
Could not be here reading these documents if they are not a balanced budget.
Okay,
It's a balanced
right,
budget
the point is
in front
taken.
of you
It's not a
with
point of
points
order,
covered.
however. Councillor Williams, please
But
continue.
this budget can only be balanced by
Through the
making
chair.
more cuts.
Through the chair.
Therefore, Chair, it is not a middle ground. That's what it is not a middle ground. Trying to pretend that you occupy a middle ground somewhere between 2 and 0% is being disingenuous.
Anyway,
Absolutely
Councillor Williams is
disingenuous.
making his point. So please, has finished making his point, apparently. Right, Councillor Peter Brown.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I think I'd like to start by just thanking everybody who's gone through this process over the last 4 or 5 months, and that includes the officers and indeed the leaders of all the parties. It's been a huge responsibility to get where we are now. I think we've done very well, and there's still a little way to go, but it does go to show what you can do with some getting together like we do on the Fire Authority. We have our genuine debates, and then we tend to get things done, don't we, Lucy? Anyway, let's move on. So we are where we are, as you said earlier on. Sorry, I wrote this at 10 o'clock this morning. And what we need to do is still to look at what the needs are of our electorate out there. I don't believe that they can afford a 3.99 increase. I am firmly behind 1.99, and that is my position. But I hold that position on the understanding, and I did mention this at our group meeting, that following this debate and following this council meeting, we must continue to go through the organisation of this council like it's a haystack, because there is so much, I believe, that we can do in other ways and to make the council much better run. And again, I wrote this before Councillor Palmer spoke this morning. It's quite fair to say that James is quite vociferous on some of these things. He very much wants to see the council do better, as we all do. And I just think to myself, you know, this 1.99 is right for this year. And after this, we follow on with all the things that we're going to do in the council to make some changes. And I'm pleased to see that Gillian hasn't resigned her spot yet. She's still here after 6 months.
Although sorely tempted, I imagine.
Mrs. Beasley, this is your challenge for the future, to make sure we get this council right. I also think it's a question of where we have our priorities. We support children, we support the elderly and the vulnerable. That is our cause. But are we doing it well enough? I listened to the radio this morning, Radio Cambridgeshire, and what do I hear? Somebody's on about building, well, it's now built, this 2.5 million cycle park at Cambridge Station. Now, 2.5 million there, was that absolutely necessary?
Yes.
One, okay, right, well, let's take another one. Let's take that. Let's take that devastated Huntingdon Road, which we have to come down to. Okay, well, I could.
Councillor Brown, please.
Councillor Hipkin, I have got others. But
Through the chairman, and if we could perhaps drop examples, they don't seem to be working.
So I say to you, I'm on 1.99 for this year. And what we haven't mentioned today, councillors, is the future of this council. Coming up in the months to come are huge changes being proposed. It may well be that next year we'll be on a totally different planet with what we're being meant to do. So let's not look too far in advance, because a juggernaut will be coming along shortly. Let's concentrate on what we've got to do now to make this council work.
Thank you. Penultimate speaker, Councillor Orgy.
Thank you very much. Reference has been made to this document, this consultation that was carried out and reported on in November, and at least one member was a bit dismissive of this. I think we do have to take this document seriously, but unfortunately on the key page, which is about the willingness for council tax increases, there are a couple of mistakes. Basically, what the figures say is that about 51.5% want a council tax rise of 1.99% or lower. About 40% said they would accept a council tax rise of greater than 2%, and 8% said they would be happy with a council tax of exactly 2%. It depends which side of the line you put that 2% on, but 2%, the difference between a 2% council tax rise and a 1.99% council tax rise is 1 penny a month on a Band D property. So for all practical purposes, 1.99% and 2% are virtually identical. So if you say 2% or less, it's 60% of the population. More than 2%, 40% of the population. I do think, although reference has been made to this is only 700, in statistical terms, that's not an insignificant number. And I think we cannot simply dismiss this evidence just because it doesn't fit in with our notions of having a 0% council tax rise. So I think this is an important piece of information. It's an interesting bar graph because you've got quite a lot of people who want 0%, and you've got quite a lot of people who want 3.5% and 4%. But in a sense, the mean really clusters around 2%. And that's why I shall be supporting the 1.99% that's on the agenda papers.
Thank you very much. And finally, Councillor Count. What do you believe, Councillor? Councillor Gillick, did you indicate?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say.
Well, if you say it now, then.
Those that want to pay 4%, like to live in Cambridge, let them do it. Is it possible to have flexi?
Something to think about for next year, perhaps. Right, now, Councillor Count, your moment has come.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Chairman. The pleasure is all mine. Not really, because it is a very difficult day for all of us, and we can see that there are some passions rising to the top, and this debate has, certainly excited the imagination of some. Pity of mine. The difficulty is, and I know that somebody said that we're not occupying the middle ground. I find that an interesting concept when there are a range of possibilities being proposed from 0 to 4 that you can interpret somewhere around the 2% not being the middle ground, but at least one person holds that. But I do want to return to the point of the consultation. And this is, I'm going to put this as easily as I can so that people can understand it. Under the consultation, 65% of the people said they can accept a 1.99% council tax rise. 65%. Under the consultation, 73% said no, we cannot accept 4%. And under the consultation, 81% wanted more than 0%. Now, if that doesn't put us in the middle ground, in terms of the consultation, and in terms of 0 to 4, I really don't know what does. So when we have genuine offers of conciliatory positions from John and earlier on from Ashley, the conciliatory position is already held. It's held by us. We're sitting in here in the middle. UKIP, if you ever move, you have to go one way, upwards. You can't go downwards. The other teams, united as you are, if you have to move, you have to go downwards. Either way, people have to approach our position because we have got what the people want, the centre ground. Another reason why I can justify our point of view is no single position has as many people in favour of it as ours. In order to defeat the 1.99% position, Liberal Democrats, Labour, Independent have to hold hands with UKIP, their polar opposites, to defeat this position. How can you defend that on the doorstep? Whichever way this goes, if it's defeated, whichever way this goes, if it's defeated, will be the reverse way that at least one position wants. And the leaflets going out against you, for example, if it was UKIP, if we go upwards, the leaflets going out against UKIP will be UKIP forced a 3 or 4% increase. And the reverse...
I'll take the point of order, Councillor Reeve.
Thank you, Chair. And that is so disingenuous.
Is this a point of order?
It's a point of order. And it's
Which bit of the
misleading.
Constitution does it relate to?
Point of information, then. Sorry. Only in that, Chairman, it's misleading. The only way
Councillor
we
Reeve,
could
it's
go
neither.
to 3%
It's
is
neither.
if the
Councillor Reeve,
Conservatives back
Councillor
it.
Reeve.
I was going to say
Thank
point
you,
of
Councillor
order,
Reeve.
Chair. Actually, a point of order if I couldn't have a point of information.
I'm just ignoring that, Councillor Sales. Much like the previous intervention. Councillor Count, if you could please
Chairman,
resume.
I would like...
Councillor Bullen. Oh, Lord. Yes.
We did not change it so we could make political speeches.
Okay, Councillor Bullen, thank you for that. Councillor Count.
I'm aghast that having listened to such political
Councillor
speeches,
Count, let's
I should be denied any
focus on the budget.
To talk about a political standpoint on the budget rather than national politics. But I would like to thank you for jumping to your feet, Peter. And in my
Paul, and it's through the chairman.
Through the chairman, I would like to thank you. I'd like you to personally thank Councillor Reeve for jumping to his feet, because it does give me an opportunity to discuss the information that is coming out. And this, I'm going to make a very, very direct appeal to UKIP and speak about some of the things that you've heard to get you to the position of 0% today, and why I believe they are wrong. Okay? You have been told that
through the chairman, Councillor Count, through the chairman.
Councillor Chairman, if you could allow me to continue, that UKIP have been told that it is UKIP policy to have 0% council tax. That is not true. UKIP policy, Chairman.
This is getting
the
very
role of
tedious.
leader of the council
Councillor
isn't
Count,
to
I'm
lecture
taking
us on our
a
policy,
point of
surely.
order from Councillor Reeve, which I'm going to get very grumpy about, I suspect. Have you finished? Councillor Count, can I please beg you, as leader of the council, to focus on the budget?
This very much is part of it. I am not surprised at the jump to the feet, because this is information that certain individuals do not want to be heard or bandied about. So, as I was saying, it is not UKIP policy to go for 0% council tax. UKIP national policy is to be a low tax organisation, to do the best that they can to reduce taxes. And their defence at the moment, talking about how to achieve a 0% council tax, is if we come out of Europe, we will have £55 million to spend.
Chairman,
we are in Europe at the moment.
Councillor Reeve, is this a point of order?
It's exactly the same point of order as Councillor Bullen made. I actually write the UKIP manifesto for local government. We don't need lecturing from the leader of the council on what it is. Chairman,
enough.
I question the role of leader because it could be politicised.
That's enough. Thank you. Sit down. Councillor Count.
Yeah. I say all these things from having been online and read them, Chairman, and there is very clear defence of a 0% policy.
Let's get to the budget.
By coming out of Europe. I am hoping to entice the UKIP party into thinking more thoroughly about what's going on. Another piece of misinformation is that council tax can go up £150, That is based on a band H, if all authorities went up 4%. It is not possible for all authorities to go up 4%. The only authority allowed to do this is the county council. The fire, the police and the districts are not. It is a disingenuous statement. The actual result of going up, if you accept a 1.99% rise, is £22.77 a year, 44% pence a week. And we heard at the very start of this debate a very genuine and story from Councillor Bullen about a household that he went to see with two fully employed adults on minimum wage. Can I just point out, those people on minimum wage which is going up in April at the same time as this budget is going through, will be...
We'll be very swift, Councillor Count, because you're on red.
£1,840 a year better off
Okay.
on minimum wage. And we are
Thank
talking
you,
about
Councillor
a
Count.
council tax increase.
Thank you, Councillor Count.
£22.77. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you,
Chair.
Councillor Count. Right. Well, we now are going to move to a vote on the substantive motion. Does everybody understand that this is the proposal as put forward by myself and the Vice Chairwoman of Council at the beginning of the meeting-ish? Members, focus, please. Mrs. Rowe, if you'd be kind enough, please, to lead us through the vote.
Would members please press the button marked present? Members in favour of the substantive motion, please press the button marked yes. Members against the substantive motion, please press the button marked no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button marked abstain. I'm now closing the vote. Chairman, the result of the vote is 28 votes in favour, 33 against, no abstentions. The substantive motion is therefore lost.
Right, members, I'm proposing to adjourn the debate and to adjourn the meeting and ask you to go back to your group rooms with a view to commencing discussions and negotiations in order to arrive at a recommendation which will gain sufficient support to achieve a majority. The Chief Executive, Section 151 Officer and Monitoring Officer will be visiting each group room in order to assist and support the discussions and negotiations. If you could just wait, Councillor Reeve, before you start the negotiations. When a compromise recommendation has been reached, and you will reach one today, I shall reconvene the meeting and ask for the amendment to be moved and debated. We will ring the bell so that those of you in the further reaches of the building can scurry back. And I would say something to you profoundly seriously. The eyes of a lot of Cambridgeshire residents are on you, so don't mess this up. Right, off you go. Thank you. Right, Mandy, off you go to your room, I guess.
And you, I'd imagine. Well done. Excuse me, what about the assistant?
That's very true.
You know,
Well, good evening, colleagues. Welcome back. I hear we have a proposal that commands sufficient support. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chairman. We wish to propose that we all know the background to the business plan today, so it's purely the thing that we're talking about is the element of council tax and adult social care precept. And we wish to propose that there is no increase in the general county council element of the council tax, however, that there is an adult social care precept of 2% as allowed by us to us from government. I don't want to take too much of this council's time. I think enough time has been taken running around in the corridors to try and come to this, which seems to be a reasonable way forward. A lot of people have talked about the adult social care duties and the need for the money to be there, and you know, we are comfortable with that position. I think that it's incumbent on us all, and we've heard this many times today, to pass a council tax budget. We can come back later on for the rest of the night. We can come back Friday. But I think by now we have all identified the positions of where there is negotiation and where there isn't. And this is a negotiated position that has considerable support. Right? But I'm hoping by bringing it into this council tax chamber and stopping the delays of fruitless conversations going on, that there will be enough support. Whether if people don't feel comfortable voting for this, I would urge you to abstain in order to pass a council tax budget. We know that the extreme positions of 4% and 0% have no chance of succeeding. They've been seen here today. The large proportion of elements of the council are totally against this. It's very much a midway position. It's very much a conciliatory position. I do want to say one further thing, which my speech was far too long earlier, and I didn't manage to cover my fears for what happens when you stick at the lower end of the scale, the 0%. And it's particularly about my motion that I put forward about areas of multiple deprivation. When we restrict our budgets, we have to deliver the statutory care items. It is the non-statutory things that will fall, fail and be cut if we don't transform in time that will be changed. And a large element of that, the motion that I put here a couple of years ago, that John's repeating here tonight, about looking after areas of multiple deprivation, those areas of spend are discretionary. And I want to see them continue. I want to see the whiz beaches of this world continue to get the attention they need and deserve. And whiz beach isn't the only place. I know there are places in there like Cambridge City. But when you cut the budget to the bone, those are the areas that get hit from the extra elements that we try and change there. So I really urge UKIP in particular to look at this 0 plus 2% and realise what the alternatives are. And the alternatives are very real, that you will not be helping your constituents. There are no other proposals here tonight. No other proposal has come to this stage and got sufficient support to actually be considered serious. And we've been here for too many hours. So in that note, I will sit down, but I urge you, please vote for it. We will. I know we have support across the chamber. If you cannot support it, accept that your own proposals will not be supported, so therefore abstention is the correct way forward. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder, Councillor Count? Councillor Hipkin. Do you wish to speak, or do you wish to reserve your right to speak?
When I spoke earlier in the day, I made a distinction between pragmatists and dogmatists. I went through both roles during the course of the day, because at the outset of the day, I came here wanting very firmly the 4%. When I came to understand that that was not going to be realised because it didn't have sufficient support,
I wanted to settle for something else, and I offered 3% to the Conservative group. The Conservative group convened and considered that, and they made it very clear to me and others that that was not a runner. And so basically what is on offer is a compromise solution supported by the Conservatives and the Independents, where we will get the 2% social care precept, and that will be ring-fenced to be used exclusively for social care or for the payment of the national living wage to social care workers. It will be arranged in such a fashion that the money will go where we intend it to go for the support of social care. I would rather go home tonight having secured an additional 2% in the name of social care than to go home with nothing. If there were an alternative suggestion whereby we could secure 4% or 3% and that this was viable and we could rely on people to support it, well, I would consider that too. And maybe the first vote will indicate that that's how we shall have to turn our minds to that possibility. But I must say, if I have to choose between an alliance with the Conservatives on my left and an alliance with an amorphous assembly of groups who seem to be in some degree of disagreement, then I'm going to go for what I regard as the safer option. And I want to make it perfectly clear that this is a pragmatic solution. I would much prefer the 4%, but I don't want to go home with nothing, and I want a budget. So in that cause, I'm asking not only that the Conservatives and ourselves should stand firm together, but I'm hoping others, particularly in the UKIP group, will consider giving us their support. They have indicated in the course of discussions that they're not absolutely averse to seeing an increase in the tax rate. Some of them, I think, are unhappy about going as far as 3 or 4%. Well, here's 2%. Yes, you don't get assurances about referenda and all of that, but this didn't seem to be a runner. So I think the most pragmatic offer that we have before us tonight is the one proposed by Steve Count and seconded by myself, and I hope that we shall get support for it.
Thank you. Councillor Bullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm surprised we're back here at this, because this is nothing more and nothing less than was on the table from the Conservatives this morning. And their leader sits there and says there has been no movement and nobody suggested anything else. The UKIP group has the most movement of any group here from our original stand. We have negotiated this afternoon with all of the other groups, and all as we have asked for in order to compromise is that we go to the public and ask them what they want next year. It's very simple, it's very easy. That's all we've asked for, and if that was agreed upon, then we were prepared to negotiate with the other groups. But, admittedly, we've had the discussion on this side, but they're sticking to 4%. We had the discussion with the Conservatives. We put our 0% forward this morning. It was voted down. There had to be a compromise. We were prepared to compromise with the Conservatives if they gave us that referendum. If they went to the public and asked them what level of increase, if any, would they be prepared to stomach in council tax next year. They didn't even come back to us and say no. They just called us all into this chamber, sat there and said, this is the only deal on the table, nothing else has been offered, and they're asking us to vote on it. Well, I'm sorry, my group are adamant, we will not vote for this, because it is exactly the same as was offered this morning, and you've not even had the decency to come back to my group and tell us why you're not supporting the compromise we put forward. My group will vote no, and I hope the rest do as well, because this is nothing that wasn't said this morning.
Thank you. Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree entirely that this is the same wine in a slightly different bottle. The bottle is 0.01% larger than it was this morning. So thanks for the negotiation, everybody. It's good to see that the committee system is working so wonderfully effectively. The Liberal Democrat group, the Labour group, the UKIP group, and the Independent group have each considered a whole series of different options and have tried to negotiate between ourselves and attempted with the Conservative group a whole series of options, so many we've all lost count. And there's only one group who, all the way through this, has refused to consider any alternative option at all, to listen to any I had a good-natured discussion with the Conservative group myself, which was in some ways productive, but all the way through the process, refused to negotiate, mandated its leader not to negotiate, and at this stage is still the only group not to have considered any other alternative than their proposal. That singles them out, Councillor Hipkin, as the non-negotiators, as the people who are not taking this seriously. I cannot honestly go back and look at my residents in the eye and tell them that I didn't fight my very best for 4%. And I'm sure other councillors here will do the same. So my group, Mr. Chair, will be voting against 4% because we believe a better alternative is possible with the good faith of the Conservative group.
Thank you for that. Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. I, like the other group leaders, will not be voting for this proposal. Nothing substantial has changed at all since this morning. We are still, on this side, absolutely clear that this is not just a debate between different councillors about negotiating percentages. This is about real people whose services will really be cut. And the arguments that I made this morning about those real people and those services which will really be cut remain. And I really do appeal to the group opposite to consider those services and those people who could be getting a slightly better service if you would just move a little bit. Thank you.
Right, members. I have two members who have indicated they wish to speak who are not group leaders. I had intended to allow group leaders to speak and then move straight to the vote, but I'm happy to hear those other members if that is the will of council. In which case, Councillor Giles.
Thank you, Chairman. One of the joys about being an independent, one can take everything, I suppose with a little bit of pinch of salt. But as far as I personally am concerned, and the people I choose to represent, I think a 0% hike in council tax from this council and the assurance that there will be a 2% precept totally ring-fenced for the most vulnerable of our societies, has my vote. And I know that we were talking about 4%, so I can't understand the maths when they say, oh, it's exactly the same as we had this morning, because it wasn't. It was 1.9 and 2%, then 4%. But I think here we've got a very, very good compromise. My colleague here says compromise. And I think that's all we can achieve. We're not going to please all the people all the time. So, yes, it will get my vote. And I still like your tie.
Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is not the same deal as this morning. This is considerably worse, because this 2% has to be spent on adult social care. That means that all the other committees have got to take a 1.99% cut in their budget, because our budgets have been predicated on a 1.99% increase in council tax. But we can't do that anymore because we're having a 0% increase in council tax, and the 2% has to be ring-fenced. So I explained this morning how difficult it was for the Children and Young People's budget to come in balanced, and you're saying to us now we've got to find even more cuts because we're not going to get a 1.99% increase in council tax. So we are in a worse position than we were this morning, not a better position. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Reeve.
Thank you, Chairman. I will be brief. I'd just like to thank all the other groups who, Labour, Liberal Democrat and Independents, who have shown a huge amount of care for the people of Cambridgeshire in trying to come to a workable solution. We've been very close to it a number of times this afternoon. I won't repeat the words Councillor Bullen said and others, The Conservatives seem the least able to negotiate. And my question is simply this. What is it the Conservative group are so frightened of the people of Cambridgeshire for? Because we were very close to being able to agree, make compromises amongst this if a referenda or type agreement could be made so that the people of Cambridgeshire have a say in it. That's the compromise we've been looking for. We very nearly got there, but the numbers were too high on taxation with all of the other groups. We very nearly got there with the Conservatives, apart from they just won't consult the people of Cambridgeshire. And that's the only sticking point. That's why we'll be voting against.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
Speak, but I just think it's important to point of clarification around, I think there may be some people for their committees that if they vote for this, they would have to take a 1.99% further cut in their committees, and that's not my understanding. My understanding is, and I'd like to seek some clarification from the 151 officer, that this could be used to fund the national living wage instead, and therefore this would not need to change the position of the balanced budget that we have in our papers. And so I'd just like some clarification to make sure people understand what they're voting for.
I think the point that Councillor Whitehead was making is that a 1.99% increase in council tax would be spread across all services, whereas an adult social care precept of 2% is only for adult social care. I have no other speakers.
Point of order.
Order or information,
Councillor?
Councillor?
Point of order.
Okay.
Councillor Bailey asked clarification from the Section 151 officer on the point that Joan Whitehead made, which was that we would have to alter the existing budget lines and look for the savings there. And I think it's appropriate that we actually hear the answer, which I believe will be that we don't have to alter this budget to do that.
Mr. Mallion.
Thank you, Chairman. The budget we considered this morning with 1.99% council tax increase had assumed no adult social care precept, and therefore the cost of the national living wage, which was presented to general purposes. Chairman, could Mr. Mallion please use the microphone?
Perhaps you could persuade Councillor Ashwood to move up one. She'll be delighted.
I'm not sure about that, Chairman. But
Thank you, Mr.
yes,
Mallion.
sorry, just repeating myself. So the budget we considered this morning was predicated on a 1.99% council tax increase and no adult social care precept. The cost of the national living wage, which wasn't originally funded, was to be funded from the transitional grant and use of reserves. Therefore, in terms of switching the funding to adult social care precept and no council tax increase has no direct impact on the overall council's resources. We will simply allocate the adult social care precept to the cost of national living wage, which frees up the sums that we were taking from reserves and transitional grant to fund the deficit effectively in the council tax reduction.
Thank you.
So there's no
Bailey,
net effect.
Are you happy with Mr. Mallion's explanation? I'm thrilled to hear that. Right, now, members, we have no other speakers, so I propose that we move to a vote on the proposal from Councillor Count and seconded by Councillor Hipkin. Sorry? Do you want to reply? Okay, sorry. But everybody stand down, stand down. Mrs. Rose, stand down. Thank you. Councillor Count.
Sorry to delay this much further. There's a couple of points raised I wanted to clear up and make one final appeal. Because the numbers are not guaranteed. Okay, those of us that stood up in favour of this does not guarantee this gets passed. I'm asking you all to consider this independently, particularly UKIP. You don't have a whip. You tell me you don't have a whip. You have a group position or whatever. So it's up to your consciences. It's up to your consciences what you do now, and not up to your group, your position, or your whip. And I've tried to flesh out for you why this is good, particularly for UKIP, right? And if this does not go forward, obviously we are back to where we were this morning. But I just want to pick up on the point about the referendum. And I did cover this when I spoke to your group in the group room. The referendum, the way that you're going to somehow tie this together, actually does nothing to the council. You cannot use that, as the legal officer said, to bind this council's decision for next year. What it will do is give you an incredible amount of information for what the public think they want for next year. But the periods of times that you will be asking that question, either May or June, will be 9 months away from the budget debate, or 7 months away from the budget debate, and 7 months away from the actual amounts of money that we know that we'll be talking about. So to lock yourselves in and do some kind of political statement that you will agree to the referendum results, when the actual financial results could be very different. As we've seen this year, the whole political climate, the actual world that we live in may have changed somewhat. To lock yourselves into that doesn't make any sense. However, Councillor Reeve, you said that we are not prepared to consult and listen to what the people of Cambridgeshire say they want. Now, today's consultation, we've shown you repeatedly that our position is the position of the majority of the people in the consultation that we undertook, right? However, it's clear that UKIP want a much enhanced consultation. You want it in form of a referendum, but actually I believe that there's a way forward. When we come to deciding the budget next year as we're in that process, like we did this year where we scaled back through the committee system, we agreed to scale back the consultation. I'm sure we will engage with you and you and you and all of us. If we don't think that consultation is sufficient, let's see what consultation we can do that will give us the information we need for you to believe that you're passing the right result next year. I'm comfortable with that. We're comfortable with that. Let's put it in the committee system. I'll back you on an enhanced consultation. I will say we will find a way to get somewhere near what you want, but not the full cost of a referendum where the information is 9 months out of date. So that answers your question, why we wouldn't go for a referendum, because it is money that doesn't make any sense. Councillor Jones, I think your point's been answered. We don't have to we don't have to take today's budget and rip it to pieces to look for this money. Okay, we can. Well, he's just giving you the answer. He's just giving you the answer. We don't have to. We don't have to do that.
Come on.
We don't have to do that. And we go into the cycle for next year. So it goes to adult social care. This may not be the best offer according to a lot of people, and you may have other areas that you want to be. But after 8 odd hours or 10 hours of deliberation, this is the best offer that's come forward and the only one that's got any level of support. I urge you once again, we know who's voting for this. We've all said we are, all right? The people that are thinking of voting against this, if you all unite and vote against this, this may not get through. But if 1, 2 or 3 of you listen to your conscience about the way forward...
Members, please listen to the leader.
If 1, 2 or 3 of you actually think about this and think, you know, is this a way to move forward? And this group and the independents will look at how to do the consultation next year, then I think there is a way forward. So I'm sorry I've delayed this even further, but...
well, you've still got plenty of time, Councillor Couch.
Thank you very much for listening, Chair.
Thank you for that. Right, now, members, everybody focus. I appreciate it's been a long day, but we need to get this right. Now, Mrs. Rowe, would you like to lead us through the vote, put the microphone on, speak up?
Would members please press the button marked present? Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button marked yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button marked no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button marked abstain.
Mrs. Rowe, if we could just, has everybody voted? Councillor Count, pop your microphone on. Pop your microphone on.
Yes.
Yes, because it's the law.
I'm now closing the vote. Chairman, the result of the votes is 30 votes in favour, 31 against, no abstentions. The amendment is therefore lost.
Right. Well now, members. Yes, Councillor Sales?
Well, Chair, in view of what's happened, I can't see there's any possibility of setting a budget tonight. I really can't see that there's any possibility of setting a budget tonight, and I don't know how many people agree with me. And I say this with a heavy heart because my reckoning is that it's not going to be in the favour of people who wish to set a responsible budget to be here on Friday, but I don't know what the options are, and I wish to make that clear. And I think we need to be very clear that we don't just adjourn indefinitely into a void, that we adjourn for a purpose, should we do that. The way we left it earlier on was not satisfactory.
Thank you, Councillor Sales. The way that we left it earlier on was as agreed by the group leaders' protocol for the conduct of the budget debate. Yes, Councillor Walsh.
I was given the impression by senior officers that there was a majority of 1 in favour of the amendment that was put by the Conservative group. It seems to me that we should only be allowed to have reconvened this meeting if it was obvious and clear that there was a majority for it. When it was clear that Councillor Count was taking a risk, as he himself admitted before we reconvened, that was not the right way to go around putting that amendment, Mr. Chair.
As I started the conversation, it was with the sentence, I hear we have a proposal that commands sufficient support. And to give Councillor Count his due, he was clearly wrong on that. However, I'm sure he did it in good faith. Now, members, as you will know from the way I'm talking very slowly, I'm slightly buying time because I am fairly certain that we need to leave this chamber with a budget agreed. So what I would suggest to you is this. It is now 8:20. I would like the Chief Executive, the Section 151 officer, and the monitoring officer, plus group leaders, to go to my office where we will have a discussion. I would like that to last no longer than 30 minutes. Once that 30 minutes is up, if there is a reasonable prospect of a proposal that commands sufficient support, I will reopen the meeting. The protocol allows me to keep adjourning this meeting until we have a budget agreed. Councillor Hipkin, did you wish to contribute any further on that?
In view of the fact that the amendment has been voted down, I'm just wondering whether the groups who united to vote it down have got an alternative proposal that we might here and now consider. And I'd like to say this, that if they have, and if it involves an increase not only in the council tax rate of 2%, but the precept, we will vote for it because we want a budget. And if this is the way we're going to get a budget, we've said why we identified with the Conservatives. This has failed. We will identify with the other groups if they can succeed. Please put forward an alternative budget and let us see what it is. And if it realizes 4% or 3%, we will support it.
Councillor Sales.
Fine, this is in fact a point of order. You said earlier that the protocol had been agreed between the leaders for the conduct of this meeting. And I would like to know what empowers them to make an agreement like that with the full consent of the broader council.
Councillor Sales, with the greatest respect, shall we take the half hour out for group leaders to discuss a way forward and then come back? If we need to answer your question urgently, then we will. Councillor Walsh, you've indicated to speak, but really I am anxious. Okay, right. So, members, the time is 20:21. We will be back in this chamber in 30 minutes. Scurrying. Oh, right. Now, colleagues, do I have a proposal?
On one vote, it was incumbent on the 31 individuals who objected to unite, because obviously they don't like what was being proposed, to unite together and bring something forward. So I would like you to ask them again, what is their proposal?
Thank you, Councillor Count. Oh, Councillor Walsh and then Councillor Reid.
I, like every other member on this side of the chamber, am sick to the back teeth of being caught in a political game between Councillors Bullen and Count.
Councillor Walsh. Councillor Walsh.
I'll tell you what we propose. We propose that the Conservative group accept that there is not majority support for 1.99% and they need to go higher.
Thank you, Councillor Walsh. Not sure how... In any case, Councillor Reeve.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Bullen put it absolutely right. We got called back in partway through trying to get to what I felt was very near a conclusion. I worry that the Conservative group may well be trying to push this into Friday to stop that dialogue whilst we're all here, in the hope that somebody isn't able to make it on Friday and the one drops. We are very united in that we don't like what the Conservatives have offered. There's a very clear package. And I would argue it's for the Conservatives to actually address that the majority of this chamber didn't like their package and to try and amend it to one that does.
Okay.
But equally,
members.
Equally, Chair, we were in some pretty close negotiations with the other groups, and then we got called into this chamber before we concluded it.
Right, Councillor Reeve. This is a question for Councillors Hipkin, Bullen, Walsh and Netzinger. Do you have an honest and reasonable prospect of putting a proposal to this council this evening on the budget? Yes or no? Okay, well, this is just ridiculous. Even this we can't decide on. All right, I'm going to give you one last chance. Could those members, Councillor Hipkin, Councillor Bullen, Councillor Walsh and Councillor Netzinger, please go to my office with the Chief Exec for 5 minutes. You've got 5 minutes. Every other member, can I please ask you to stay in your seats? Because if at 9 o'clock there isn't a proposal from that group of group leaders, then I will be adjourning the meeting until Friday. Again, it's 9 o'clock. Do I have a proposal? Councillor Walsh.
I propose that this council be adjourned until Friday, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Count.
Rather than take a vote, it's clear that the other parties cannot come to an agreement. It's absolutely clear. Therefore, the answer lies with the Conservative group, because all the other parties could not come to an agreement. I therefore believe that there may be a way forward, and I ask that you give me 5 minutes with the UKIP group. With the UKIP group, 5 minutes.
Thank you. You've got 5 minutes. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you all for being so patient whilst we once again discussed various things. It seems to me that the big part of the offer, I think, is we've closed the ground with UKIP to a 2% position, so 2% for adult social care, which John originally put on the table for us to discuss about, and I've been very happy to have that support. And the sticking ground has been that UKIP want a referendum, which is now not called a referendum, it's called a consultation or a poll, but it's actually asking every resident of Cambridgeshire in some manner how they would be prepared to vote on the budget next year. And we have given this some considerable thought, and our concerns have been some that I outlined earlier. The thought of spending between £100,000 and £500,000 on something, and those are the figures that we've ascertained through officers, it seems to me that for £100,000 to £500,000 worth of money, the council taxpayer deserves something very solid for that. And to ask people in either May or June or that time of year about what council tax rise they will be willing to pay in April of next year when you haven't got the figures is not good value for money, and that's something that I know UKIP are against, the same as we are, and that's providing good value for money. Now, for that reason, we're not minded to go down that route. We struggle with that concept that it will be a good way forward, and it's not really helpful to our decision-making process. However, having said that, a lot of people have said the consultation, which we agreed through the committee system today, perhaps wasn't as good as that could have been. It's not representative. So when I was in the speaking to UKIP, I made an offer that we will build with them a new consultation document that will actually be much more enhanced and something that is statistically valid. And that is an actual proper term used by economic advisors that say, if you measure populations in this way, we can give you a high degree of certainty that in this area, that age, that person will likely en masse to vote a certain way for certain things. And that is a different thing. And you can get outside companies that will say to you, this is how to design a statistically valid way of surveying what the people of Cambridgeshire want. And I think that doing that at the right point in time for the right money actually gives you what you want, but it's the correct way to go about it. And therefore, I'll say the same thing as I said when I was in that room. You have my word that I will work with you to design it appropriately, and through all of this council to design it appropriately for something that you can have some confidence in, that you get an accurate reflection of all the different areas of Cambridgeshire, what they truly think. So on that basis, Chairman, I return to you not with a new proposal that has the referendum wrapped in, but with the existing proposal, but with my word that we will work together to try and find that on 2% for adult social care, no increase in council tax, same as we had it laid out earlier when the independent group were kindly involved and supportive of this. I'm asking the same question, and I'm asking for a leap of faith from those people that trust me, that we will design something together that will return you the information that you so desperately want at the right time of year. So please, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bullen.
Thank you, Chairman. This negotiation started not that long ago, and the Tory group VEER officers came back to me and said, or to me and my group, that they weren't happy with the line in there that says we will fund a full referendum. We agreed, yet again another compromise, to take that part out of that and said that we will only have this poll, referendum, whatever one you call it, if we can piggyback on the back of either the Police and Crime Commissioner elections or the EU referendum, thus saving us at least £400,000 on the cost, but still giving us a comprehensive review from taxpayers. Literally, at the last minute, the Conservative leader came back and said, no, we've changed our mind again, we're sticking with what we said before. So, I'm sorry, I cannot believe anything they're going to say to me now, and we will be voting no to this.
Right. In fact, Councillor Count, did you make a formal proposal? Yeah. Did you make a formal proposal?
Chair, it was no increase in council tax, a 2% increase in adult social care, and the fact that we would definitely work together to do this consultation. That was a formal proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Hipkin.
It seems to me, Chair, that some groups are united in their opposition to what the Conservatives and the Independents are proposing. But they're not united on anything else, and we're not likely to get an agreement among them. So I think the proposal, we should risk a vote on this.
Thank you.
And if people want to hold it up and destroy it, let it be on their heads.
Right. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bullen.
Point of order, probably for the monitoring officer. I believe we've already had this vote. There is nothing else on the table apart from words from the council leader. We've already had the vote. Do we have to keep voting on the same thing over and over again until they get what they want?
Councillor Bullen, the proposal from Councillor Count is different to the proposal that was discussed and voted on previously. Thank you. The legal advice is we can carry on. Now, I am disinclined to take any further speakers, and I want to go straight to the vote. But Councillor Wilson has indicated he wishes to speak, and so have Councillor Sales. Oh, good, marvellous. Perhaps it was just a flamboyant gesture, Councillor Sales. Right. Councillor Wilson, please keep this germane to the proposal that's been made rather than rehashing old ground, because I'm going to move to a vote pretty quickly and I don't want the last speech to be insignificant.
This will be very pertinent. I want to be absolutely clear what the difference is between 2% on adult social care and nothing on the general precept, and 1.99% on general precept and nothing on adult social care. So for the benefit of Mr. Loads, who is the director responsible for adult social care, could somebody tell me what the difference will be for the Table 3 revenue overview for children, families and adult services, and in particular the reduction in expenditure on meeting the needs of people with physical disabilities and people on the autistic spectrum and so on. Because I get the impression from what the finance officer has said is that the way in which we are now juggling this around makes absolutely no difference. And you are kidding yourselves if you think you're getting 2% extra on adult social care compared with what you're getting in here. You're getting exactly the same as what it says in here.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Mallion, would you like to take a microphone and just address that particular matter, please, to Councillor Wilson's satisfaction?
Nothing, Chairman.
Thank you. Right. Members, we're now going to move to a vote on the proposal made by Councillor Count. Mrs. Rowe.
Would members please press the button marked present? Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button marked yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button marked no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button marked abstain. I'm now closing the vote. Chairman, the result of the vote is 31 votes in favour, 28 against, 1 abstention. The amendment is therefore carried.
Right, members. That's very exciting. It's 10 to 10. Those of you who wish to leave, leave now, please. And we're going to go through the rest of the agenda so fast that it's going to make our hair, what is left of it, shiny and curly. Right, members, agenda item number 7, 3 items for determination. The first item relates to the Treasury Management Strategy 2016-17 discussed by General Purposes Committee on the 14th of January. Can I ask the Chairman of General Purposes Committee, Councillor Count, to move the recommendation as set out? Councillor Count?
I say move, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Maguire, please second.
I'm pleased to second it and reserve my right, Chairman.
All those in favour? Thank you. The next item relates to the minimum revenue provision policy discussed by GP on the 2nd of February. Can I ask the Chairman of the GP Committee, Councillor Count, to move the recommendation as set out?
I so move, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Maguire?
Pleased to second, Chairman.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Netzinger, do you wish to speak?
I do wish to speak. I just want to say that we should not pass this without any comment, because actually this is quite a serious matter that we are doing. We are putting off debt and putting it onto future generations. We will be supporting it because we do understand that the Council desperately needs the money, but I do think it's really important that there is something said to recognise just how important this is. And I also would really like to have reassurance from the Chairman of from the Leader of the Council that his commitment that the money that is being released by this will go into the Transformation Fund and be used for transformation.
Thank you, Councillor Netzinger. Councillor Count, it's a yes or no question.
I'd like to answer yes or no, but I won't. The question is, will it go into the Transformation Fund? Yes, it will. Lucy, I really appreciate the fact that you have mentioned this. This is an important thing for the Council. And one final thing before I sit down. Today gave me no pleasure at all. I didn't applaud when we won. I thought that it was, I appreciate all of your different views throughout the day. We've arrived at a position, we have a budget, which I'm extremely proud of that we've got there. And I thank everybody for their contributions today. But I'm not proud of the fact that it took us so long to get to something that we apparently designed through a committee system. I know the difficulties. Thank you. So the rest of it, yes, and I will not make any more long speeches. Thank you, Chair.
Members, are you happy to support Agenda 7B? Thank you. We're moving on to the third item, 7C, which relates to Municipal Bonds Agency update discussed by GP on 2nd of February. Can I ask the Chairman of GP, Councillor Count, to move recommendation?
I so move, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Maguire?
Second that, Chairman.
Thank you. All in favour? Councillor Whitehead?
I'm very sorry, Chair, but I've got a small point of information. The vote that we took there was about the council tax. Was it on, we haven't voted on the substantial budget, have we?
Yes.
I thought it was just about the council tax, that one.
No, I think we've done it. I think we've done it, Councillor Whitehead. Remember that standing orders have been suspended, so basically, you know, I guess when the Chairman decides we've done it, we've done it. And we have certainly done it. Councillor Bullen, did you wish to speak on this item? Oh, Councillor Bullen, I do apologise. However, we've agreed it now, so perhaps you'd like to bring a question to the next meeting about it. Can we agree, please, item 7C? All in favour? Thank you very much. That concludes the debate, such as it was, on the items for determination from GP Committee on the 14th of January and the 2nd of February. The next item is an item for determination from the Health Policy and Service Committee. Can I ask the Chairman to move the motion agreed by the Health Policy and Service Committee as set out on the Council agenda? Councillor Jenkins. Thank you very much. I understand that there is an amendment. Councillor Orji.
Yes, the amendment was circulated, seems a long time ago. And if I could just say that the wording that was circulated, there should be a small addition at the end. This is at the very end of what was circulated, and it's to add the words, and, if appropriate, to table a motion at the LGA conference.
Thank you. I understand that the original mover accepts that amendment.
Chair, yes, I'm happy to accept the amendment, and if nobody else wants to discuss it, then we can proceed to the vote.
We certainly can, because it is that it makes it the substantive motion. Members, does anybody have anything to say, or are you happy for that? Thank you very much. The next item is the Constitution and Ethics Committee recommendations to full Council. Vice Chairwoman of Council, do you have anything to say?
Only briefly that I'd like to withdraw the item and, if possible, send it back to group leaders to discuss and see where it goes from there. Okay?
Everybody happy with that? Thank you. The next item are motions. 2 motions have been submitted. The first is submitted by Councillor Hipkin. Councillor Hipkin, would you like to move? Thank you. Is Council happy to accept the motion as withdrawn? Thank you very much. The second motion is that submitted by Councillor Criswell. Councillor Criswell, can I ask you to move and speak to your motion as set out?
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to move the motion. I believe I have a seconder.
Thank you. Who is seconding your motion? Thank you, Councillor Chu. Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right to speak? Thank you very much. Councillor Criswell.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be very brief. Members will be aware of the Stronger Together Community Resilience Strategy that we have worked up. There is very little in the business plan to resource that, and this is asking for funds from the Transformation Reserve to be considered to help resource the Community Resilience Strategy, working with our communities, Chairman, and it simply asks for a report be brought back to GPC to explain how we will do that. I'm sorry, I'm trying to...
You're doing very well, Councillor Criswell. Very well.
So hopefully come back to GPC, Chairman, and hopefully members will support that.
Thank you. Councillor Cairns.
I'm sorry, but this is crass timing and I cannot support this. This is appalling that we've spent a whole day with one side of the chamber refusing to change, and now you want us to do something which you are undermining yourself by your approach. So there's no way that I can support this, and I don't think my group would be supporting it.
Councillor Scott. Pop on your microphone, could you please? Thank you.
Everyone applauds the work of volunteers. There's no question about that. However, professionals count, professionalism matters, and this council should not be filling the gaps or the chasms or the canyons that have been created by national government policies, if one can call it that way, by actually shoring up a problem with volunteers. Volunteers cannot be used in that way, and I shall be voting strongly against this motion, as will my colleagues. It is an unprincipled motion, and it is appalling that it's been put by this party here. But of course it's consistent with your people down in Westminster.
Thank you. Councillor Walsh.
It's simple, Mr. Chair. As I explained this morning, service transformation and building community resilience are nothing more than a fig leaf for massive cuts and ripping up the heart of civilised society. We'll vote against.
Thank you, Councillor Downs.
I'm not against the principle that we've been working on to try to get communities more involved. I am puzzled by proposal 2 because I suspect it contradicts the business plan we've just voted on.
Have mercy. Right.
In other words, we're trying to use the same money twice.
Okay. Right, well, I have no other speakers, so Councillor Chu, do you wish to second motion now? Or rather, speak now?
This council approved the strategies through the committee system, and it relies on community work. We need to build up our communities for the strategies to work. If we don't, we're going to fall very short of what we intended. So I think this is well worded, well thought out, and it's worth doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Criswell.
Thank you, Chairman. Disappointed with members' opposite's attitude to this. This isn't resilience.
Members.
Chairman, resilience isn't just about replacing council services. It's about saving people from the system rather than saving the system. People that live in communities that are resilient, better connected, lead happier lives. Their lives are enhanced, and because of that, they need the care services least. And that's the whole point of this, Chairman. It's not just saving us money because we want to save money. It's making people healthier and their well-being better, therefore they need our services less. That's the whole point of this. So it enhances their lives whether they need our services or not. That's why I value community resilience. Councillor Downs' point about using the same money twice, Chairman, the Transformation Reserve is there for us to use as we see fit. I'm not suggesting all that money is used for community resilience. There will be other calls on that, and very sensible suggestions will need to come forward to bid for that money, and that will need to be justified. That will need to come forward in the GP